Good morning.
Good morning.
We're on the record in case number 2022-00215, electronic alleged failure of Green River Valley Water District and its officers, John Bunnell, Pat Tucker, Adrian Gossett, Debbie Fowler, Leland Glass, and its manager, David Page, to comply with Commission Order KRS 278990. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today is Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. I'd ask if you have cell phones that you set them to silent or please turn them off. And if you have any questions or issues, please let us know. At this time, we'll go ahead and have an entry of appearance of council and presentation of parties. So for the Water District.
Yes, Damon Talley with Stahl, Keenan, Ogden. My address is 112 North Lincoln Boulevard in Hodgenville, Kentucky. And also from Green River Valley today is our board chairman, John Bunnell. In Hart County, it's Bunnell instead of the way it's spelled. And then another commissioner, Leland Glass. And then the current manager, Andrew Tucker. Do not anticipate calling any witnesses except our board chairman, but we have the other people here in case the staff or the commissioners wish to question them.
All right. If we're going to call it Garrett, I'm fine with calling it.
Yeah.
Mr. Page.
Yes, I'm David Page, the former manager of the Green River Valley Water District, and of course I'll be just representing myself today. You know, my statements and things will be probably pretty clean cut and dry, and so I'll just represent myself. So
Okay. All right. We'll walk through that in a few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Page. Hey, for commission staff.
Mariah Tessie for commission staff.
Thank you. Mr. Talley, I noticed that notice was given or proof was given that this is run in both the Hart and Barron County papers. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, and we actually read it twice, but most recently, December the 21st in the Barron County Progress and December the 22nd in the Hart County. Since it's a two-county district, we ran it in both counties.
Okay. And are there any outstanding motions, Ms. Tessie?
There is not, Your Honor.
Anything we need to take up today?
Not that I'm aware of.
Tally, Mr. Page. Okay. All right. Realize we have no one in the room other than the folks involved in the hearing. But for anybody that views this prior to the submission of the case or is currently watching it, just remind folks that at any time, public comments can be filed in cases in one of three different ways. You can either email them to the Public Service Commission at psc.comment@ky.gov. You can mail them to the Public Service Commission, 211 Sauer Boulevard, SOWER, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40602. Or they can be provided through our website at psc.ky.gov. We ask that regardless of whatever manner you provide your public comments, that you make sure that you include your name and your address and the case number, which in this matter is 2022-00215. We've had up since yesterday morning, I think, information on our website that if people wanted to sign up to provide remote public comments telephonically or virtually through the software, that they could do so by notifying us. And as of about 15 minutes ago, no one had notified us, so we'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed the video is not working.
Yeah, so it's a little different. Since this is entirely in person, and we did not anticipate, and no one signed up for public comments. Just a little behind the scenes here. So when we did things virtually or provide the opportunity for virtual public comments, we actually run two separate GoToMeeting feeds that feed into each other. Since we're all in the room, there's no need to have a GoToMeeting virtual opportunity. And so this hearing is basically being done the same way it would have been done, for instance, in 2019, where you don't see the feed because it's not feeding back in, but the feed is live on YouTube right now.
Okay.
And that in the room, you will just see the time when we are on the record and a blank screen when we are off the record.
Fair enough. I appreciate the explanation. I don't particularly want to see my picture up there anyway.
You took the words right out of my mouth. All right. Given that this is an investigation initiated by the commission, then, let's talk about process and procedure today. My interest is, or my expectation is that commission staff will call their witnesses. I think you have 2 respondents, is that right, Mr. Talley? Or do you have 3?
I'm sorry, I'm not,
Yeah, so I anticipated witnesses Bunnell
yes,
and Tucker.
yes.
Do you anticipate calling a separate witness?
No,
Okay, all right, yourself. All right. And then, so what we'll do is we'll have commission staff call the witnesses at their preference in terms of order. The commission staff will ask their question. Mr. Page will be able to ask questions of the other witnesses. You'll be able to ask questions of Mr. Page after commission staff. And then after the commission staff asks questions, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions if we have any. And then for the Bunnell and Tucker witness, you'll be able to, it's not redirect, but you'll also be able to ask direct, if you'd like, of your clients. And then Mr. Page, I'll give you an opportunity to testify if you'd like. And separately from testifying at the end of the hearing, I'll also give you an opportunity to make a comment that's not necessarily testimony. So if you'd like to wait until the end and not necessarily say anything in terms of testimony.
That works for me, basically. Mine will be just, I've looked at how the water district has responded to questions asked by the Public Service Commission. And so I've seen those answers. And so I'm going to differentiate some of those answers because it seems a little bit that, and I know I'm responsible and the chairperson and the board is responsible. We're not getting away from that here, but I feel like that some of those answers that I would, and it always documented in public record through board meetings and management meetings of the water district as to suggestions made to the board to do certain things that is documented, but it'll go back to 2018 minutes and management meetings.
And then do we have copies of all those minutes?
We have a substantial amount of minutes,
Okay.
but I'm not sure which ones
So
he's
if
referring.
today, so
It
I'll
will
say,
go back
if in your
to-
testimony today, if you'd like to reference certain minutes.
Yes, I will.
If you have copies of those, that's great. We can put those into the record. If you don't have copies of those, let us know what minutes you're referring to, and we'll just ask a post-hearing data request to make sure the copy of those minutes are in the record for our consideration.
Yes, I have those specific dates, specific meetings.
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
So my preference, and it's up to you, I want to be very clear about that. My preference is if you intend on providing us evidence that you want us to base our decision off of, actual, this is what I said to this person, here's this meeting that happened. In terms of the weight that we're able to give the things that come in front of us, your best placed, I'm not gonna say best, but your ability to, your opportunity to provide evidence for the commission's consideration is best taken, I will say best, from the stand. If you wait until the end of the hearing and provide us comments, I will take those more in the vein of arguments. So if you want to tell us what happened, the stand's probably the best place to do that for us to be able to give full consideration to us. If you want to argue based off what's happened, I don't think, I'm making up something here, but because of the evidence provided, I don't think that this should be a willful violation because of X, Y, and Z. An argument instead of evidence, the best place to do that would be at the end of the hearing, after you've been able to provide the testimony. So I just want to give you that differentiation.
I can do both because
Yeah.
part of my testimony would be, a conversation with Mike Foley in good faith as to whether to start the rate case process or to file an extension. So that would be really the only thing there that I would actually use testimony
Okay.
and just based on a conversation, and then the rest of it, I think, is appropriate, would be at the end.
Okay.
Because my, basically, testimony and comments is gonna be, you know, in good faith, and, you know, there was nothing, I will say this, there was nothing in willful intent on my part, or this board, for the matter of fact. We have always abided, and you can look at our track record, and abided by PSC rules and regulations. Now, I'm old school, and there's a lot of new technology out there now, the way we provide, and, you know, the rules and regulations are a fact. And, but in the past, you know, I've been able to use, you know, good faith, common sense.
Yeah, and we'll get
approach.
it, yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get, that, I just want to give you the
Yes,
heads up,
thank
that
you.
the best place to provide the evidence is from the stand and the arguments from where you're sitting now, just so we can keep things as clean as possible and give you as good of an opportunity to make your case as possible.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Tessie, do you have a preference for an order in which you'd like to call the witnesses?
I think it would be best to call Mr. Bunnell first, and if for some reason he doesn't know an answer, we can ask him who might be better suited to answer.
Okay. All right. If nothing else, Mr. Talley,
Nothing further.
you can call your first witness.
The commission would call Mr. John Bunnell.
And Mr. Chairman, I have given Mr. Bunnell a copy of both data request responses, both data requests, in case commission staff wishes to question those.
Okay. And does he also have a copy of your all's response?
No, but I can get
Is he aware, has he seen the response?
Yes.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
John F. Bunnell, 6340 Hardyville Road, Hardyville, Kentucky, 42746.
Okay. And what is your title and role at the Water District?
Chairman of the board presently.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you cannot hear me, please let me know. I know it's hard behind the glass. Mr. Bunnell, you mentioned that you're currently the chairman of the board. How long have you served in that particular position?
I was appointed in February of 2021, after the passing of our previous chairman.
Okay, and prior to 2021, what role did you serve with the district?
Secretary Treasurer for several years, but prior to that, just a board member.
And when you say several years, do you recall when you started?
I do not on the Secretary Treasurer. I was on the board in 2009, February 2009.
Okay, so approximately 2009, you were at least on the board.
Yes.
Okay, and since you have become chairman, when you became chairman, were you aware of the role the commission played with the district?
You know, somewhat. I will admit and say that since the last two orders, I am a lot more aware of sort of the procedure requirement and of the commission and its role.
Okay, you mentioned 2 orders. Are you referring to the 2014 case?
The
Vacancy investigation?
The 2 orders, yes, they came in July, the vacancy, the board, and then the rate.
Okay. Prior to those 2 orders, had you ever read an order from the commission?
Not directly, no. Maybe copies, but not off the actual, your PSC site.
Okay, so it's possible you had read them, but only copies. Would you know approximately how many?
I do not. I do not.
How often does the Board of Commissioners meet for the district?
Monthly.
Okay, and at the monthly meetings, do you all ever address orders issued by the commission?
We have over the last, years that I've been on the board.
Okay, specifically, let's talk about this case. have you all addressed this particular order at a Board of Commission meeting?
And this is the rate case you're referring to?
This investigation into the failure to file for a rate?
So yes, definitely, since July, since it came out. And then, yes, we had prior conversations in the board or talk about that. I know we talked about that the PSC wanted us to do an actual rate study, and it was delayed for basically because of our water treatment plant was undergoing a huge and significant upgrade.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you just for a second. We'll get back to that.
Okay.
When did you read this particular order?
I read that particular order. It was probably after the notice came down of the action from the commissioners. So it was after July when I actually read the order.
Okay, but you're unsure of the date?
I am unsure of the dates. It was just after that point.
Okay.
But we had discussed it in board meetings, but I have not read that actual order.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm confused. Which order are you asking him, has he read? The order to file a rate case?
No, the investigation order.
The order initiating this case.
Yes, the
So
order initiating
when
this.
that was, yes, when that came down, I read it, which I'm not sure the date, July the something or whenever it was issued, if I'm understanding you right, the investigation order. I was told by our county judge, he got notification, so that's when I got on to look and to see that order.
Okay, and just, you kind of glossed over it. You actually were notified of this initiating order by the county judge?
Yes, because he received an email.
Okay. And then, so prior to this particular investigation, how often did you communicate with your manager?
You know, there were some months, we would just communicate at board meetings, but there were some months, depending on what was going on, we did communicate.
Me to the response that you all filed, I guess it was actually in the answer to the opening order. And I'll let you,
Now, are you referring to the response in the case 215?
yes.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
hand that to him now.
Okay. And it's actually, what I'd like you to look at is on page 2, in paragraph 3. It talks about the position of the manager. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and can you read that, just that second, the beginning of that second sentence there?
Subject to the board's supervision, the general managers are responsible for directing, administrating, and coordinating Green Rivers District's operational engineering, maintenance, construction, and financial activities.
Okay, and was there any written responsibilities, or had you given Mr. Page written direction as to what his daily responsibilities were?
I do not believe that, since then, we have put in the responsibility of the general manager. I am not sure that we had written policies specific to the general manager. It was more general than what we have now, so.
Okay, so
No.
you don't believe so?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, and I think that was in your response in a different place. So how did you all go about communicating to Mr. Page what his responsibilities were?
Well, whether it was discussions in the board meetings or his response to us about what he's doing in any particular instance, so it was just over the years, it was a perceived or assumed, I guess, role or responsibilities. Basically what he has done all of his years, in experience.
Okay, so you all assumed that he would know his responsibilities based on his years of experience?
Yes.
Okay, and when you took over as chairman, do you recall how long Mr. Page had been there?
It was, I know it's 30 years, 31, 32.
Okay, and during that time, I guess you said you started in approximately 2009 at the board, right?
On the board, correct.
Okay. Since 2009, since you joined the board, do you recall ever reviewing any of the annual reports that Mr. Page filed?
You're not referring to audit reports or?
Well, there's the audit reports and the annual reports. So do you recall, I think Mr. Page is the one who signed off on all the annual reports that were filed with the PSC. Do you recall reviewing those?
I do not recall reviewing those specifically that were filed directly with the PSC.
Okay. And you mentioned the audit reports. Did you,
Our external audit is what I was referring to.
did you review those?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and prior to this investigation, or any responses made in this investigation, do you recall reviewing any of the filings with the PSC in the most recent cases from like 2019 on up?
Actually, reviewing them, no. Physically, other than I'm sure we discussed them in board meetings, but not reviewing them specifically.
Okay. Then, so you didn't review any of the complaints from the 2019 cases?
No.
Okay. And then, how has that changed now?
So we, and I'll make some comments. We basically, the board, myself especially, we're at fault on relying on others for information. We have been, and we know that. We're responsible, and especially with these orders, we realize that we are responsible. It falls to us, and we understand that. We realized then and took initiatives for direct responsibilities and direct conversations with our present general manager on what we expect. We've also set up different systems. We have emails systems now that when we receive emails from the PSC, it's forwarded to the individual board members, so all board members are informed. I basically, right now, with everything going on, have daily conversations with our present general manager. We've replaced, in our board meetings, we have a new manager for our water treatment plant. He attends our board meetings. Our office manager attends our board meetings. So we have a good, I feel, pathway for clear, understandable conversations or a pathway for communications.
Okay, I want to ask for a little bit of clarification because you've mentioned the word conversation several times in that answer. Have you all adopted any written policies or responsibilities with regard in particular to Mr. Tucker's position?
Yes, we have.
So was that done, I know one of the respondents mentioned the December meeting. Was that done in the December meeting?
The November meeting.
Okay, and did you adopt any other written policies and procedures with regard to any other employees there, including your water treatment manager?
So we had been, prior to July, we were updating our certain policies and procedures in our handbook, so we would take 2 or 3 at a time. So we have updated some of those. Since that July timeframe, we have not, we've stopped that just because been busy and hadn't been able to review those and addressing other issues. So that should be the only actual policy that we have changed since then. But prior to that, you know, cell phone use, dress codes, those type of policies is what we've been changing.
Okay, with regard to your conversations with Mr. Tucker, do you involve all of the Board of Commissioners in those, or do you report back, or how does everyone on the board become aware of those conversations or the content of those conversations?
Both ways. So if something's brought up, you know, in the board meetings, questions or whatever, Mr. Tucker responds usually emails to all the board members now. If it's on, you know, I'd like to now, I want to understand sort of what's going on. So if we have leaks, or if we have blowouts, or we have issues like that, he'll text me, he'll send me pictures, this is what we're, you know, just to, so that I can better address if we have comments from the public or from somebody, I'm aware of what's going on.
Okay,
So it's both ways.
okay. I want to talk specifically a little bit about the timeline in this investigation, because I believe, based on your testimony, you participated in the vote approving the motion for an extension in the underlying case that you all failed to comply with when it was granted. Do you know,
Yes, we did. The board agreed to ask for an extension because of the construction was so far behind.
did you ever actually read that motion?
In the minutes,
J-
or the motion made to the...
What was actually filed with
No,
the PSC?
No, to the PSC, no.
Okay, and so you also then didn't see the order that the PSC issued, granting the motion?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as you know, it was not addressed again at any board meetings?
We addressed the issue that Mr. Page had brought up, that yes, you know, the PSC needed a rate case or study, and that it had been extended because of the water treatment being delayed. And then I remember him also saying, you know, we need another extension because we have no ideas of the operational cost of the water treatment plant yet because it was so far behind.
Did you at that point in time just depend on Mr. Page to take care of that then?
I did. I mean, I relied on David as we had in the past, that it was under control.
Okay, and let's talk about the project a little bit before I ask the rest of my questions.
Okay.
Obviously, the responses indicate that the parts that you all needed came in, and you were hoping to have the project completed or substantially completed by November of 2022. Can you update the commission a little bit on the status of that project at this point?
The parts were arrived and installed to the degree that we could get the majority of the plant in operation the 1st of November of 2022. We still had, after that, we still had 1 or 2 older set basins that had to be drained and painted, but we were still allowed, with those parts coming in, to basically bring to almost full operation the new plant in November.
Okay. And are you aware of all the other filing requirements that were in that original project, the grant of the CPCN for that project at this point? Have you read that order?
No.
Okay. So the project is online. The utility is able to utilize it at this point. And you've gotten 1 month in the books using it? You got
A little bit over a month. It was towards the 1st of November, when it was, those main, parts came in and, we were able to start running it. So maybe a month and a half.
Okay, and you may not know the answer to these next questions. But have you been able to see any impact in your water loss at this point?
In the water loss,
Yes, if any part of the project impacted your water loss percentage.
I can't say that it's impacted the water, loss. I know it's impacted our ability to provide water, which, was very beneficial here lately because we sold a lot more wholesale, to surrounding counties. And so that extra capacity was beneficial, but I'm not sure on the water loss.
Do you have any idea? I know in your annual report for 2021, the water loss was approximately 13%. Do you have any idea what you all are averaging this in 2022?
We should be the same. I mean, some months it's higher and lower, but I'm pretty sure that it's about the same.
Have you had any updates from Mr. Tucker since he started on that?
He provided us, in monthly board meetings, water loss, 2 different water loss reports. And they've been consistent, slightly higher maybe, in a few months where we had some, larger leaks, that were found, but.
Okay, then I'll go back to your production, because obviously that impacts your rates, and one of the reasons you asked for the extension, initially. You all are obviously, you sell to several other utilities. Do you recall how many you all sell to?
I know we do, Green Taylor, CEA, LaRue, Edmonton,
And how?
Mumford, and then to 2 municipalities, Horse Cave and Mumfordville.
Okay. And how much has the project that you all completed impacted your ability to produce additional water for those districts, if they need it?
Immensely. I mean, on the amount of gallons per day, that would be a question for Mr. Tucker, but I do know that, he received calls thanking, because we were able to supply the needs during this, last, freeze where they were having difficulties either, with the tank maintenance or other issues, and, we were able to help them out, with the increased demand.
Okay.
If that answered your question.
It did. It did. Since the project is finished, I think that's all I have for Mr. Bunnell at this point.
Do you have any questions?
I do not.
You were aware of the motion for an extension of time, but you did not see it, is that right?
Yes.
Did you all inquire about whether it had been approved?
We did, as at each meeting, we would ask the progress, and we were, and I think, and Mr. Page was too. We were all thinking that it was approved, or it was okay to extend because we were so close, and it was definitely needed data that we needed. But yes, we were under that impression.
Well, I guess what I'm asking, so on April the 16th, 2021, the district, by your attorney, moved for an extension of time to file the case until May 31st, 2022. Right?
Yes.
The commission granted that motion 10 days after it was filed. So probably between one meeting to the other, you all knew it was going to be sought by your attorney, and it was approved before the next meeting. Was Mr. Woocher at the meeting? Did Mr. Woocher come to your meeting to talk about this motion?
I do not remember if he was actually at that physical meeting or not. Probably not. But I can't say for sure. I don't remember him there.
Okay. So the response in this case said that the board expressly authorized the district's motion for an extension of time. So you were aware that it required a motion to get additional time, is that correct?
Yes, I mean, that,
Okay, and that you all needed an attorney to file for that additional time?
I didn't know necessarily that an attorney was required, but we had always used, Mr. Woocher and Damon in the past on PSC issues, just to make sure everything was, done properly. So, I can't say that I knew that it was required, but
You knew that it was you,
we knew
know-
we would use them,
Okay.
yes.
But the second extension that you all thought was being sought, did you know that it wasn't being sought by an attorney?
Looking back, yes, I do now. Then I did not think anything, because it maybe was such a short-term, issue in our minds, because we were just waiting on, parts and that completion. So it just did not register with me that, hey, we're not using that attorney for this. I guess in my mind, I just didn't think that was needed. There was no concern that we were, not doing what we thought we were, supposed to.
Right, okay, so let's take a step back. Did you know that you were ordered to file a rate case, ordered to do one?
Yes, in that, yes, David had in the past said, look, the PSC wants, so yes, that assumption of they want it, so, didn't understand totally orders coming down per se the way I do now, so, but I knew it was a direct communications from PSC to us for the,
You say as you do now, but, I mean, you've been on the board since 2009, is that right?
I had,
And you did the new commissioner training in 2009?
I did.
Okay. And so you knew that there was an order that required the utility to, the water district to file a rate case. You knew that you all had expressly authorized a motion for an extension of time.
Yes.
Were you informed by Mr. Page or anyone else at the water district that that motion had been granted by an order for the additional time until May of 2022?
I'm sure, yes, David let us know that that extension was granted, so
Okay.
yes, I was under that assumption, yes.
Okay. But did it not seem odd to you? I guess I'm thrown off because to your answer a second ago, you didn't, you now, sort of acknowledge, you didn't expressly authorize another motion for an additional extension of time. Did it seem odd to you there was no conversation about a commission order going forward, that it was so formal, you said, Mr. Talley talked about how the commission said you shall do this, and then it's, what I get from the response is that this very informal, oh, we spoke to somebody, don't worry, we've got additional time. Does that not seem odd, a juxtaposition compared to the previous orders?
In the years past, as I always have, relied on David, and not to say that, I mean, he was under that assumption too, that everything, and so, but again, that was my mistake. I was not as involved then as I am now, so, that's totally on me. But yes, I felt that what we, had talked about, that it was okay and we had time. I can promise you, with myself and the board, David, there was definitely no intent or malicious. There was a lot of adjective use in that order, but it was by, I can guarantee you, there was no intent or anything out of the ordinary to try to disregard or not follow the PSC's orders on that. We,
So that's fair, and just to be clear, the only time intent is used in these orders is when we note that part of a page was intentionally left blank. And I don't think malicious is used in the order. The items used in the order are the statutory standard that we're held to. You said earlier that you were notified of the order because you heard from the judge. Either retail or wholesale customers, you all serve consumers in 5 different counties. I think we served the judges in all the counties of the order. Which specific county judge was that?
Hart County Judge.
So chapter 74 of the Kentucky Revised Statutes is the chapter dealing with water districts. I don't pretend to know near as much about chapter 74 as Mr. Talley does. But it does lay out how water districts, at least at a very high level, how water districts ought to be governed, for lack of a better term. And it starts off, when it talks about the commissioners, and the Board of Commissioners, says that a water district, this is 74020, a water district shall be administered by a Board of Commissioners which shall control and manage the affairs of the district. And then it goes on to say in 74040 that the board, it says the commission, but the Board of Commissioners may employ a person to serve as CEO. It can't be one of the commissioners. And you can call them pretty much whatever you want, including general manager, superintendent, CEO, or some other similar title. But the part that I want to ask about of 74040 is it says here that the CEO, the chief executive officer, quote, shall perform such additional duties as the commission may require of him or her, and shall be subject to the orders of the commission. That's, again, the Board of Commissioners, not the Public Service Commission. And then he goes on to say that they shall employ all necessary labor and assistance in the performance of his or her duties, and he or she shall report to the commission all expenses incurred. And then the CEO gets paid what you all, it's the last part, fixed by you all. I want to go back to some of the answers that you gave staff council on written versus direction and course of conduct. You know, you got there and Mr. Page was already running the place. Well, let me go to the opening order, because I think this will be most helpful, or your all's response to the opening order. The response notes that Green River District, paragraph 3 of that response to the opening order. Green River District employs a general manager who serves as its chief executive officer. I'm gonna guess Mr. Talley and Mr. Wooch are both very, like I said, very familiar with chapter 74 there. Subject to the board's supervision, the general manager is responsible for directing, administering, and coordinating Green River District's operational, engineering, maintenance, construction, and financial activities. He develops and manages Green River District's annual budgets, responds to emergency situations at all hours, hires, trains, and manages personnel, deals with local, state, and federal regulatory agencies, including the commission, and provides regular reports to the board. So would you agree that generally the water district manager does all of those things on behalf of the board?
yes.
Okay. And that's, if in no large part, no small part, to the fact that the board is required to do all of those things and maybe more pursuant to the statute.
I do understand that, yes.
How easy is it, or hard, try to be optimistic, how easy is it to supervise somebody's activities when the scope of their job is not defined?
You know, I guess it can be difficult if it's not defined. I think there's implied and assumed or based on previous experiences where there's expectations or duties that are assumed by different ones. So I'm not sure if I answered your question or I need to get more detailed.
It wouldn't be necessarily easy. I mean, would you agree that expectations, making clear of expectations, duties, and responsibilities is a pretty important part of that?
Yeah, so, I mean, I would say this, as a board member, it's very difficult to, manage our manager daily because we're not there. And to micromanage, we don't want to do, unless we were there every day, every minute to understand exactly what was going on. So it can be very difficult as a board member, I would say, to manage or be directly involved in all aspects.
Yeah.
And so we have to rely upon our
No,
general.
I completely agree. I mean, we've seen, I think Mr. Talley even maybe represented a utility that we had here a couple of years ago, where basically they had the board chair thought it was their job to run the utility. That they had a couple of employees, an office employee, a field employee. We got the person who, Mr. Talley may remember this, we got the person on the stand who was recently elevated, was running all the people out in the field, and was under the impression, upon questioning, that they were the general manager, that they were in charge of everybody in the field and everybody in the office. And we got the board chair up after that and said, I don't know why he thinks that he's general manager. We never made him general manager, right? It's a difference of expectations. The reality is they'd never had that conversation. They'd given him a title, given him certain job duties, told him, never written, but told him certain job duties, and nobody knew what anybody else's job was. I guess my question in this regard is, how do you hold the general manager accountable to do their job and to a certain standard if it hasn't been conveyed to them what their job is?
You know, other than questioning during board meetings of, maybe what we would see on financials or conversations when, the general manager would sort of give his report of what was supposed to be going on or what went on that month since the previous meeting. So whatever was brought up, then we would either definitely ask for more detail. Again, it's difficult. I guess without direct written policies, but you just go back again how it was done and that assumption, which is not the best.
You said earlier that you were aware generally that the attorneys had been hired to file that motion for an extension of time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that I'm characterizing here, but that in retrospect, you realize now that you don't remember there being a conversation about attorneys being used for the additional motion or the
Correct.
additional extension of time.
Correct.
In your review subsequent to the motion, did you notice the attorney's fees for the work on that motion? Did you notice that in the expenses by any chance?
I notice them. I'm a numbers person, so I can't recall what they are, but
Yeah, I don't mean the amounts, but you would have seen, I guess what I'm asking is, are you given information in a form, in such a form, that you would have clearly seen the use of the attorneys, the cost of the attorneys for use of the use of the attorneys in filing that motion and dealing with that issue?
yes, in our financials, we're given a sheet of checks to be approved for payment. So their law firm would be on that and the
Okay.
amount.
And then you were talking earlier, or you were responding earlier to council's questions about had you seen orders in the past and what was the process before? And I understood your answer to be basically that you were unaware of orders in the past other than as conveyed through Mr. Page.
Right.
Okay. And that I took also from your response that you had not seen the orders from the 2 complaint cases back in 2019. Is that right?
I do not recall seeing any order. We just, unless it could have been, passed around or shown, I don't remember specifically.
Were you aware of those proceedings or those issues?
We were aware that there was problems. I think Bunnell Crossing Road, there's some complaints that we were told there was complaints that of low pressure, and then the steps that we planned on to figure out what was going on. So
Okay.
I do remember, yes, that there was complaints about some customers were having low pressure
Okay.
issues.
Were you aware that the commission, when it received the complaints, it initially required the water district to satisfy by written response that order in 2019?
I can't say for sure that I knew that it was written response. I knew we would have to respond back to the PSC, but yes.
Are you aware that the water district initially failed to respond?
No.
So I'm looking at an order here in 2019, 375 on January the 3rd, 2020. And I'll just read you at a high level, and I'll get you a copy if your council would like. On October 2nd, 2019, the commission received a complaint from Tracy K. Sanders against Green River Valley Water District seeking a remedy for inadequate water pressure alleged to have occurred since 1996. On November 13, 2019, the commission ordered Green River Valley to satisfy or answer the complaint within 10 days of service of the order. The order was served on Green River Valley on November the 13th, 2019. To date, Green River Valley has failed to answer or satisfy the complaint. The commission, on its own motion, hereby orders that Green River Valley District shall submit the following to the commission within 10 days of this order: a written response to the complainant's complaint, a written response stating why its failure to comply with the commission's order of November 13, 2019 should not be considered as an admission of all allegations contained in the complaint, thereby constituting grounds for entry of an order granting the complainant's requested relief in a manner consistent with the commission's jurisdiction, and 3, a written response stating why Green River Valley District should not be subject to the penalties prescribed in KRS 278-991. And this was again served exactly the same way that the first order was served, on the complainant, Ms. Sanders, and on Green River Valley Water District by the email that we had on record. On the 10th, you, not you particularly, but you, the water district, responded by counsel at Hensley and Ross, a Mr. Patrick A. Ross, counsel for Green River Valley Water District. So was Mr. Ross the district's attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of Mr. Ross's time, attention, expense for responding in this case?
Again, only through the checks but we pay him to come to our meetings. He's our attorney, so retainage or whatever, but I would have seen that check for approval on the report.
Well, so that raises a bigger question. So Mr. Ross comes to your all's meetings?
Yes.
Did he discuss this issue at your all's meetings?
I doubt he would not have. He takes our minutes and advises us, if we have questions on whatever. But he would not necessarily discuss it. It would have been brought up, I'm assuming, by David. And the board would have had a discussion.
Okay. So if the district is alleged to have violated the law, that's an issue you expect the manager to bring up, not the attorney to the board that comes to the board meetings.
I guess if it was recognized by that attorney, yes, we would expect him to bring that to our attention.
Well, the attorney filed this document
Yes.
signed by Patrick A. Ross. I wish I had his handwriting. It's a very nice signature. But this was signed by him on the 9th day of January, filed with us on the 10th day of January 2020. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You have no memory of Mr. Ross bringing this issue up with the board.
I wouldn't think he would bring it up initially. Now, I'm sure he would have been involved in the discussions, and we definitely asked him then, I'm sure, to respond.
Well, so let me ask this. Were you aware that in 2020, the commission entered an order entered this order or an order figuring out why the water district failed to respond to its order?
I'm sure I was in that discussion, if I was at that meeting. I can't recall directly that meeting, but yes, I would have to have known.
And then we've got another one here. Excuse me. This is an order in 2019-258 that was entered on January 3rd, 2020, same day as the other one. On June 11th, 2019, the commission received a complaint from Stuart I. Gross Sr. against Green River Valley Water District seeking a remedy for water quality and water pressure problems alleged to have occurred since 2016. On November 13th, 2019, the commission ordered Green River Valley District to satisfy or answer the complaint herein within 10 days of the date of service of the order. The order was served on the district on November 13th, 2019. To date, Green River Valley has failed to satisfy or answer the complaint. Same three requirements within 10 days were in that order, that the district should file a written response to the complaint, that they should file a response stating why its failure to comply with the order should not be considered an admission of all allegations contained in the complaint, and a written response why it should not be subject to the penalties in 278-991 for failure to respond to the commission's order. This was also entered on January 3rd. Mr. Ross and Mr. Page signed, Mr. Ross signed a very similar response to that order within 10 days, indicating that they did not receive a copy of that order, and that because they didn't receive notice, that it's not a willful act. Same as the other one, you probably would have been told about this situation.
Yes.
I guess
I
reason-
don't recall details or specifics, but I feel confident that, yes, it would have been mentioned.
So
But I do not recall us being out of compliance.
you don't remember
specifically.
ever being told that you had failed to respond to the order, and that's why it required this additional effort?
No, I do not remember that specifically.
Let me ask it this way. Had the commission, in this case, not served the county judge executives, would you all have ever adopted the changes you made, the written changes you made in the meeting, and then, was it the November meeting? In the November meeting to adopt written rules and regulations around the general manager?
I would say, yes, we may not have, as aggressively as we did. You're saying if I was unaware of the orders that came.
How else, you didn't know about these, this is the same issue, right? We
Right.
sent something out, nobody responded initially, we had to do it again.
Right.
And
So-
we had to threaten penalties just to get a response.
Right.
And so had we not taken the extra step of serving the judge executives, would you all ever been aware of the issue?
I want to say, yes, we were, and that's the one reason we were actually undergoing the policy changes, because we were hitting each one. We were seeing there was some things lacking, and so we were starting to make changes. To the extent of actually putting a general manager expectation, yes, I'd say we would eventually got there. by November, no. But at some point, yes, I feel the board would have got to that point as we were addressing, like I said, we knew we needed some changes, or we felt on those policies, and so I think we would have addressed that at some point.
And then on the flip side of that, I mean, you talk about course of conduct type stuff, but I guess, and not that I need to come to Mr. Page's defense, but I guess in Mr. Page's defense, it sounds like some of your answers are that I took from some of your answers that you assumed Mr. Page was taking care of things, and that you didn't necessarily, that I took, you never conveyed that there was an expectation on the board that Mr. Page would tell you all the minute details about what's going on, right? So I'd also, on the flip side of that, just personally, I know you can't speak for other board members, what was your personal expectation? I know not written, but personal expectation as to what level or what to degree of detail you would expect to receive from the general manager about things going on at the commission, and or was the expectation that Mr. Page was dealing with it, he's working with Mr. Ross, working with Mr. Talley, as long as he doesn't bring it up, we assume everything's fine, and unless there's a problem, don't tell us.
So me and David had several conversations in the past about, I said, David, look, the board, we can't be caught, especially, I don't want to be caught off guard and be something or a problem or issues brought to my attention out in the public, because I'm involved in a lot of different organizations. And I said, I need to know ahead of time when things come up. So there was an expectation that I expressed to him about not being caught blindsided. And that, and just the way that, David had run it for many years. So.
Are you aware generally that all utilities have to notify the commission of the address of its main office, the name, telephone number, fax number, and mailing address of a person who serves as its primary liaison with the commission regarding its operations, and a copy of its email address?
Was I aware of that? I guess that's an assumption I would make, that,
Okay.
but I can't say I've read that anywhere in
And then-
particular. But
And then, were you aware, and that's okay if you're not, but the email address required on file with the commission has to be accessed at least once weekly and capable of receiving emails from external sources up to 5 megabytes?
I was not aware of the requirements.
Okay. And that unless a utility otherwise advises the commission in writing, all electronic email transmissions from the commission to the utility shall be sent to that address? That's, okay.
Yeah.
And the reason I ask is the only way we, by our regulations, the rules that everybody's aware of, that are published, that are, even go through a review process of the legislature, the way we convey information, orders and submissions is through the email address that's on file with the commission. That's why the regulations require that if there's a change in any of this information, that the commission be notified within 10 days of the change. Have you all had any conversations about that in your 13, 14 years on the board?
Well, so recently, with our new general manager, yes, we've made changes related to, that the board members, the system is set up to, if we received a PSC email, then it's forwarded out to all the existing board members.
Have you all changed your corporate address at all in the since you've been on the board?
Yes, we moved from a Cave City address to a Horse Cave.
And do you know whether or not that information was updated with the commission?
I assumed it was.
When was that move?
I do not know.
But it's now Horse Cave,
It's Horse Cave and has been.
1180 East Main Street, P.O. Box 460, Horse Cave.
Yes. It's been several years.
other question I have is, get it here. Your water loss percent is 12.8% in the last year.
I was thinking it was 13 something according to the last.
It's about almost 13%.
Okay.
But your water loss use for system purposes has significantly increased in the last year. Or I say the last year, in 2021. Do you have any idea why that's the case?
I do not.
So your water loss in 2021 was 12.81, which is down from the last 2 years, 2019 and 2020, which is about 13.5. But that 13.5 is up from 11 and 9.5 respectively in 2017 and 2018. Still below the 15% that the commission uses for rate making. But your system use has gone from, this is 2017 to 2021, almost 10%, almost 10%, 16.8%, 15%, and in 2021, your system use percentage was 27.46% of your water produced. That, as my understanding, is in addition to the water loss percent. So that is 40% of your water not being sold, that's being produced. You were asked questions earlier about impact to water loss from the new water treatment plant. A significant use of system use, at least per the last annual report, is for use at the utility/water treatment plant. 100,000, this would be 100 million gallons, anyways. Twice as much as system flushing, for instance, is what's used at the system. Do you have it, has that been part of the conversation at all about have you had, let me ask you this way. Are you aware of any conversations had with the board to discuss the issue of the use of system uses of water increasing by doubled last year?
No.
Okay.
Other than, like I said, there's a water loss report that we get in our board minutes each month that includes Horse Cave that we sell to, and then ours as a district as a whole.
There is and I'll ask Mr. Page, because I know he did the annual reports, or at least this 2021, but there's one in here that explains about half of the other water is, quote, 10% Horse Cave and Munfordville contractors at water treatment plant. Do you know what that is?
I do not.
Okay. I'll ask Mr. Page. Well, Mr. Talley, we'll go to Mr. Page and then we'll come to you for questions. Mr. Page, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I'll have some, I guess, rebuttal comments about
Okay.
certain.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll wait till you're on the stand for those. That'd be great.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Talley?
Yes. Mr. Bunnell, as I understand it, Pat Ross has been your local attorney for several years, correct?
Yes.
And I'm assuming he's familiar with the open records and open meeting laws and so forth.
Yes.
Is he familiar at all with the Public Service Commission requirements and statutes and orders and filing documents, PSC generally?
I would think so, yes. But
You would think so?
I would generally, but that's the reason we rely on your firm
Yeah.
for specifics and for different work.
Right, and of course, when you have RD projects, you hire a bond lawyer, and the bond lawyer files all that paperwork,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that in January of 2020, when those two complaint cases that the chairman asked you about, that I just happened to be looking at the PSC website to see new orders, and I saw those two Green River Valley orders, and I called up Pat Ross and asked him if he knew anything about that, and Pat said no, he did not. He appreciated me contacting him and letting him know. Were you aware of that conversation?
No.
Okay. At that time, our firm was not representing Green River Valley because we started representing on the 2 complaint cases, but at that time, we were not. But it's not the first time I've had an opportunity to call up water systems where I knew the local attorney, but you were not aware of that.
No.
Okay. Now, did David Page make oral reports at most board meetings, like a managerial report and so forth?
Yes.
Did he present written reports on a regular basis at the board meetings?
There was, I think he prepared the water loss report, and that should be it. Everything else is, I think, prepared by the office personnel.
So the board would get a water loss report each month at the board meeting. And you said the office staff prepared other reports
Yes.
and just generally describe those.
You know, trial balances, income statements, balance sheets, claims for checks written to be approved.
And I believe you said that at the November board meeting, the board adopted a formal job description for the general manager. Is that correct?
Yes.
With the chairman's permission, I'd like to distribute copies.
Would you like to identify this as
Yes, as Green River Exhibit 1.
so marked?
Mr. Bunnell, would you look at what's been marked as Green River Exhibit 1? And the first page is the supplemental response. And if you would read the supplemental response at the bottom of the first page there.
Attached is the job description for Green River Valley Water District's general manager. Green River Valley Water District's Board of Commissioners approved and adopted this job description at its November 17th, 2022 meeting.
And it's my understanding that at the previous meeting, or maybe between meetings, that the board had looked at a draft version of a job description for the general manager.
Yes.
And then at this particular meeting, where this was adopted, look down at the halfway down the first page where it says responsibilities and authorities.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the first page of job
Yes,
description
of the doc,
itself. Okay. Then read the first bullet point.
Promptly reviews all orders and communications received from the Public Service Commission and ensures that all members of the Board of Commissioners are aware of such orders and communications.
And then the second responsibility of the general manager.
Ensures that Green River Valley Water District timely complies with all orders and directives of the Public Service Commission and timely updates all members of the Board of Commissioners on the district's compliance efforts.
And have you discussed this with your new general manager, Andrew Houck? I'm sorry,
Tucker.
Andrew Tucker?
I have, yes,
Is he complying with this?
yes,
And I believe you said that y'all have adopted a policy at the very beginning, or a procedure, so that all orders from the PSC comes to this new email address for the district, and then it's automatically forwarded on to the commissioners.
yes. We had Andrew to set up a email system to where any emails from PSC is forwarded to that address, forwarded to the board members.
Was that one of the first things he did once he became general manager?
Yes,
Now, I'll test to see if it's working. Have you and the other commissioners been inundated with all these responses in that,
hundreds,
the
yes,
363 case, the excavator locator?
yes.
I guess it's working then. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner staff, do you have any additional questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You can step down. At this time, we'll take a short recess. We'll take we'll do a 15-minute recess until 10:35. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00215. Counsel, do you have additional witnesses you'd like to call?
The commission staff would like to call Mr. Tucker.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Andrew Tucker. I'm at 1180 East Main, Horse Cave, Kentucky, 42749.
And what is your title and occupation at Green River Water District?
I'm the new general manager, Green River Valley Water District, overseeing the utility under the direction of the board.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, based on your resume, you have been at least one other water district.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the commission which district that was and how long you were there?
That was Green Taylor Water District. It's adjoining Green River Valley Water District. I was there for 2.5 years.
Okay, and prior to that, did you have any other general manager type experience?
No, ma'am. I started in 2010 at Green River Valley Water District. I was hired by David Page, and I moved up to the utility into the distribution manager role, and from there, I needed some more experience in the management role, and as I started my degree, and I applied at Green Taylor Water District in 2020.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask, because you mentioned a degree, what kind of degree were you pursuing?
Business administration and minoring in nonprofit.
Okay, and it said according to the responses that your start date at Green River Valley this time was July 26th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that actually coincided with Mr. Page's approximate last day.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the commission a little bit about the hiring process that you were involved in to become the general manager at Green River?
Yes, ma'am. So when I was at Green River, I had always explained to them I would like to move up and one day manage it. And so David had no idea when he was retiring, and so when I seen an opportunity at a management role at Green Taylor, I went there. Always kept an open line of communication with David Page and the board that I would one day want to come back if availability come open. Prior to that, I always spoke with David back and forth, and up to 2 weeks of that, he said that, I'm planning on leaving in a couple of years. I would, like to see you back here. And I said, well, I would love to apply. And of course, I live in Hart County, so I see most of the board members. I was in Rotary and involved in the community, so I see them out, and I'm always like, hey, I'd like to be back one day. And so I had applied at Columbia Dare when they had an opening along the same time, and they were actually going to interview me that week. And I was contacted by the chairman of the board, John, at the time. He said, we're doing some changes here. This is not a title position, but I've heard that you're applying at another job, but we don't want to lose you. Would you like to come back to Green River? And I said, well, I don't know what you mean by untitled, because I'm a manager here. We'd have to discuss that. They said, well, we'll reach back out to you. And then they reached back out to me and said, well, things have changed. We would like to bring you in as interim manager. And they said, can you start tomorrow? And I said, well, no, I need to give some time here. And they said, can you take a vacation day and just come in tomorrow and help us out tomorrow as things are changing? And that was the extent that I knew. So I did show up, and I, of course, told Green Taylor what was going on, and I was putting in my notice. And so I kind of used my vacation time and went back and forth for a few weeks to help them transition, and I still help them out as needed. So that's how it happened.
Okay, and as part of the transition to manager at Green River, what was your role in creating, if any, the job responsibilities that were presented to the board?
What they talked about that needed to be done, I spoke with Damon about it. He said, this is something that I think that we need to do. So I I did write up some of the job descriptions that I knew that I felt I should be responsible for. I did not have a job description at Green Taylor, and there was things that I felt in the dark on, and so, some things that I would also get talked to about that I'm like, I didn't even know I was supposed to be doing that, because when I went to Green Taylor, they did not have a manager, and I was just thrown into it. And it kind of, I watched David as a manager as 10 years, but when you're out in the field versus behind that desk, it's two different things. So I wrote down things that I thought, sent that out to the board members. Our board members put in things they wanted to see, and we communicated back and forth with Damon on that until a hard copy was what the board voted that they wanted to see as a general manager description.
Okay, I'm gonna shift a little bit
Okay.
to some of the orders that are currently at issue here in this case. Have you had the opportunity to read the final order issuing a CPCN in 2019-287? That is the one for the Waterworks Improvement Project.
The initial one.
Yes, the final order and that initial grant for that project.
No, I have not read the ones except the two that when I come in. One was about the vacancy. The other was where there wasn't a response to the extension, filing the extension.
Okay, so you haven't read any order issued by the commission prior to July of 2022, as it relates to Green River?
No, ma'am. I've just been reading our minutes and what went on in the board meetings, what was voted on. That's what I've been trying to read through.
Okay, so take it to mean then you are unaware of any other filing responsibilities that exist in that 2019-287 case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then I know you heard the chairman and I both ask about the water loss, and I know you are new. But do you have any idea, like in the last 6 months or since July, what the water loss has looked like for the district?
I just did our water loss for the month of December. It was a pretty brutal month. The PSC number, because I know there's two numbers, but the PSC number, what y'all would go by, was at 25%.
So you're saying the water loss percent that we would use for our rate?
For the
during-
month,
Okay,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
25%?
yes, ma'am. For the month of December would be 25% that I'm gonna turn into y'all for the annual report of this last year.
So let me clarify. That's the water loss percent, not just the non-revenue water percent?
That's not the non-revenue, that's the water loss. After I put in flushing,
Yeah, excluding
after I
system
put in
use.
system use and everything, the bottom number is 25%.
What's the non-revenue water that takes into account fire suppression, system use, flushing, use of the water system? And I'll ask some questions in a little bit. That 10% Munfordville, Horse Cave amount. What is the non-revenue water?
Yeah, I'm not, well, we do give 10% to the city of Munfordville and the 10% for pass-through, for Horse Cave and Munfordville. But what it's been kind of trending for that, as far as what you're asking for, is about 16-17% since I've been there.
So 40+% total. That's in addition, right?
No, both combined would be 25, I'm sorry.
Well, that's what I'm.
Yeah.
So let's
But
take
I should have brought one in front of me, but total non-revenue water and our revenue water is a total of 25%. That's the bottom number that goes to y'all.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Excuse me, is that just for the month of December, is that
Yes.
for, okay.
Yeah, for the whole year, I don't know, because I played catch-up coming in August pretty much.
Okay.
Do you know how it breaks out, the 25% between the non-revenue?
I'm sorry.
How does the 25%, that adds up to 25%?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I think Commissioner Regan wanted to know if you knew how it broke down. as far as how much was the result of flushing and fire use? Do you know that?
I just looked at the bottom number. I do not know. I know that it was not 40% in the system, or
Okay.
because that would be unknown, the unknown, and I can have a copy of that sent to me. But the total what I send to you, it would be 25%.
Would you like us to provide the copy of the December water loss report?
Yes, I know we'll have some post-hearing data requests, and that will be one of them. And you mentioned that you discussed with Damon the job responsibilities. So obviously, because he's the attorney on this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was glancing back through, and I didn't really see anything with regard to the process for if you receive an order that requires some legal advice, what your expectations are with regard to that. With regard to the board, like, do you have a process for you to engage in should you receive an order that requires legal advice?
Yeah, I don't think that's in there, that specific, no. I mean, I know generally, if an order illegal would come through, I would just present that to the board, this would come in.
And when you say present it to the board, what would your responsibility be in that presentation to the board? Do you have an idea of what that looks like?
I would present them with a copy of the order, which now with the new system that we have in place, they already have it as soon as I get it. And ask if there's any questions, and I guess we'd discuss what the next step we would need to do.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
No, I think that might all be in the post.
Explain to me what that 10% in the annual report reflects for Munfordville and Horse Cave.
The way I've read the contract since I come in, because we're doing our rate study right now, so we've really been digging into that with Alan Valines and our auditor, and so the initial contract that was written up between Horse Cave, the one that I've read, is since Horse Cave passes, we sell water to Horse Cave through their master meter. Some of the customers used to feed through to Cave City, so we might use their system water lines to feed on through to another system. That 10% is for using their water lines and using their system to pass through water to someone else. So the way
so you reduce their bill by 10% as basically a toll to use their pipes to get your water to your customers.
From what I've read in the contract, yes, sir.
Okay. How about Munfordville?
I have not read all through their contract, but I do know that was being done through them because we feed directly through them to the rest of our system. So yes, that's being done as well.
How much of their system, I mean, how long is feet, miles, whatever, how much of their system does it take to get to, water is water, right? But post the master meter, how far does the system go before it branches off to serve your customers off the Horse Cave system?
Horse Cave is a different scenario because I've been questioning about it myself. I've actually brought it up to them. It's because we actually do not serve through them anymore, only a small portion, and I've metered it now. What I've come to realize is that water does not go out of Horse Cave anymore. It all comes into Horse Cave. So the 10% I don't understand. And the city of Munfordville, we come into Munfordville, and I'd say there is a 3 to 4 mile stretch maybe through their city, and then we pick up and go through the other. So
How long have you been, I'm sorry I didn't catch it from you, but totally, how long have you been around the Green River Valley Water District?
I left for 2.5 years since 2010.
Okay. during your time there, have there been conversations about the benefits or drawbacks of having combined systems as opposed to individual systems?
Oh, yeah, we've discussed that many times, yes, I mean, because we see, we do the same thing through, Cave City, we sell through them as well, as CEA, and we buy back through the Mammoth Cave Park, and then they buy back also off of us again, so not only is there cost of keeping all those isolation meters in place, there's the cost of someone having to go out and read that, and there's the cost of if they're not maintaining their system, like we expect, hold our customers to, or expect our customers expect us to do, and we're feeding through another system that does not maintain their lines, then we're also seeing degradation of the water as well. So to have one system, absolutely would be better.
And so we're talking about Munfordville is a city system, is that right?
Yes, they're in Horse Cave, Cave City.
And now, Cave City's a little. Is that a little different?
Yeah, that's CEA. They're under a different.
I don't actually.
It's Cave Land Environmental.
Defer to Mr. Talley about under what statute they were created, but they're a little different than a city or a water district, right?
Yes, and when I was there before, previously, working under David Page, Bonneville, the city of Bonneville, we actually assumed them. They have violations, so we went in and helped them during that time until we purchased out their system. So now we just maintain their, the city.
The annual report we have has that ultimately you all eventually either retail or wholesale serve customers in 5 counties. Is that
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Do you all have retail customers in all those 5 counties? Or, okay, so like Hart and Barron, you have retail customers, is that right?
The city of Horse Cave is where all our industry is. So really, the only retail customers out in the county that we would be looking at would be a chicken farm, or farmers.
No, that's, I'm just asking, so you have customers, forget wholesale customers that
Okay.
you serve through contract. You have customers in Barron County, right?
Yes.
And customers in Hart County.
And Maycalf.
Well, that's what, and you've got customers in Metcalf County. How about LaRue?
That does actually, yes.
Okay. And then there's a
Green.
And there's a 5th, Green. You have customers in Green.
Yes.
Okay. And then in addition to those, you have wholesale customers.
Yes, sir.
Munfordville,
Yes.
Horse Cave,
Yes, sir.
Cave City.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
Green Taylor.
Green Taylor Water District. Okay.
Yes.
Is that a active one or is that an emergency?
No, that's very active.
Okay.
And then we're also attached now. There's a master meter where we sell to Edmonson County because we sold a great amount to them this last storm, and Green Taylor as well. They pulled off of us very, very hard.
Okay. Where do Green Taylor and Edmondson get their water ordinarily? They both have their own treatment plants?
Green Taylor is an only purchase system.
Okay.
They purchased from the city of Greensburg. They purchased from Campbellsville, which Campbellsville shut their whole system off. They wouldn't allow them to buy water, so they were able to pull off of us due to our upgrade. They can get off of Adair, but Adair had to shut them off as well. So, and then Grayson County lost their tanks. So then Edmonson County called me and said, "Can we pull off of you to purchase more water?"
Can you sell all the water that Green Taylor needs now with your new water system?
We
Your
were
water
feeding the majority of their half system. They don't have connections to go the other side. Our pump station is not adequate on that side to keep up with their new pump station. With some upgrades, we could significantly feed them, and they do want our water. We have great water, we have spring water, and so I've known that for years. And so LaRue County's working to try to buy more from us as well.
Yeah. Does everybody in that area use the same treatment system?
In say like Glasgow does, so we can purchase off them. What LaRue County's struggling with is the chloramines mixing with the chlorine, and so we're looking at upgrades, the future to upgrade north to try to help serve LaRue County, and as far as Glendale, that's bringing a lot of growth down our way as well, because we stop it.
You all use chlorine instead of chloramine?
Yes, we're chlorine gas right
And
now.
LaRue has a part of their system that's served off of chloramine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the water district's email address that's on file with the commission?
grvwd@scrtc.com.
Okay. And you check that once a week?
No, I check, our
At
office.
least once a week, excuse me.
Yes, absolutely.
And have you, since becoming manager, checked to make sure that the contact information that the commission has is accurate?
Yes, everything was updated in my office. When they brought me in, my name, my numbers, everything, emails, address was submitted.
I was asking questions earlier, and there seemed to be, well, so you heard the questions I was asking earlier.
Yes,
right?
sir.
If there is a legal issue, is it, are attorneys, since you've become general manager, are attorneys still coming to the meetings?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Okay.
He's at every meeting.
Okay. Any other attorneys?
No, sir.
Okay. So if a legal issue comes up, let's say an issue is ordered by the Public Service Commission that, or some other agency, Division of Water, whoever it is, that alleges that the water district violated the law, is that an issue for you to bring up or for Mr. Ross to bring up?
I think it's my job to make sure that every party in there, it knows about it.
Well, so let me be clear. You think that, or it's clearly delineated that that's your obligation?
I know that I'm gonna bring it up to an attorney.
Well, that's an answer to a different question.
Okay.
Not what are you going to do, but how do you know it's your job to do that?
Since I've come in, I've had a great example that I know that it needs to be brought up.
Well, I don't disagree that it needs to be brought up. I'm wanting to, have you been told that it needs to be brought up?
Yes.
Is it written that it's your obligation as general manager to make the board aware of any legal proceedings brought against the district or any allegations by the Public Service Commission that there's been a violation of an order or that there needs to be counsel sought? I mean, is there a process by where you bring that up? Let me just say it this way. If you were a board member, right, if you had a fiduciary duty as a board member, would you want your manager to be telling you in a timely manner that a legal action had been brought that named the water district that you sat on, the board that you sat on?
Yes, sir.
And is that written down that you're aware of, that it's your obligation to inform the directors or the commissioners on the board or commission of those legal proceedings?
In the new job description, it talks about any PSC proceedings, any orders that come down, I need to present to the board. We've had meetings and they've been very clear to me that anything that's coming through, especially now, they want to be involved in, they want to know everything that's going on. So I pretty much tell them where I'm driving, where I'm walking, and what's going on in the system daily. And I communicate through emails to all of them, and that way everyone has what's going on, no matter what's coming down.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate that, and I'm not, saying that you should be telling them where you're going every day. But I guess there are different levels of importance of communication.
Absolutely.
10 gallon a minute or 10 gallon an hour leak might not necessarily make it to the top of the list. But your largest main break for 2 days probably does, right? Does your council review the board minutes before the board packet before they're given to the board members ahead of the meeting? Well, let me take a step back. Do you put together a board packet of information prior to the meeting for the board members?
Yes, sir. The board packet goes out a week before. It's emailed and mailed to them, and so if they need to make any corrections or any changes, that we have those, and then they're not signed and approved until our board meeting, and then they conduct their meeting.
And then is the agenda set by you or by the chair of the board?
It is set by me.
Okay. Do you get input from the board ahead of each meeting as to what the agenda should be for the next meeting?
They will either table stuff at our previous meeting, or if there's something that needs some more attention, or if there's a project coming up that I want to put on there, vice versa. Since I've been there, there's not been anything that they've said that should have been on the agenda.
Okay. So is your all's agenda fairly straightforward in the sense? Okay. So does it have old business, new business, report from the manager, or does it, under report from manager, does it have the information you're going to report on, or does it just say you're going to provide a report?
I put on there, it has a manager's report, but it also lists if I'm a specific that I'm going to be talking about. But normally, if it's going to be, if I'm going to be speaking about anything that's not just a manager's report, I will put it up on new business that I need to speak about, because I think the manager's report is just going to be the general monthly that's going on, water loss. But if it's something of importance, I put it just on new business.
Okay. And did you interact with Mr. Ross ahead of sending those board minutes out? Did you consult with your attorney before finalizing the board agenda and the board packet ahead of the meeting?
I do not talk with him about the board packet, no, sir. He sends me the revised minutes, and then we start building the packet.
So does he act as counsel at the meetings, or is he more of a secretary for I mean, he keeps the minutes. Does he tell you all whether you can go to, whether the board, not you, but whether the board can go into executive session to talk about personnel issues? What role is he actually playing in the meetings other than taking the minutes?
Since I've been there, in my time, I didn't attend board meetings until I've come back since August. He does take the minutes, and we've asked him questions about things that's happened in the district. I've had to reach out to him, and he advised me and counseled me on that. Since I've been there, there's been such a precedence on this PSE everything. I'm mainly communicating with Damon and their staff, and then he's just pretty much listening on our meetings.
Yeah, so what role does that firm play between meetings? Other than finalizing the minutes and sending them, do you all use them for easement issues? Do you have them review contracts? I mean, it sounded like the firm is on a retainer, a monthly retainer to come to meetings and to do certain things, but are they the counsel for the board in between the meetings?
I feel I would be speaking out of place to speak on that, because I've not had to engage in those matters.
Well, let me ask you this way. If you have an issue of an easement issue, right? You need to run across somebody, you gotta run a new water line, you need to run across somebody's property. It's not a service line, but an actual new water line. Who do you go to for legal advice on that?
I would go to him,
Okay.
Mr. Ross.
And that, your expectation is that's what he's employed for that purpose?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What forms that expectation? I mean, is it just understood by everybody that's our attorney?
Yes, I mean, I've just known he's our attorney, and I'm not an attorney, and so when it's legal and matters and over, right-of-way issues, or if we cause damage to someone's property or something like that, then I get him involved.
Okay, so let me make up a scenario here. A lot of, you guys are, how close would you say your nearest customer is to the interstate?
Literally sitting on the interstate.
Okay.
I mean,
So you're generally aware of the facility being built in Hardin County, the battery factory in Hardin County?
yes, sir.
You're aware generally of the battery factory in Bowling Green, or the Bowling Green area?
Yes, sir.
You already have some industry, I think maybe some Toyota-related manufacturing along that strip of the interstate. But let's say a big industrial customer comes, it would probably be served by you all, but it's going to use a lot of water. You need a water tower. You need to figure out the contract with that water utility. Is that something that, for you, when this issue comes up, and it's a good problem to have, I'm not saying it's a problem, but somebody comes and is all of a sudden going to use an enormous amount of water, an industrial customer, they're going to bring 500 jobs or 200 jobs or whatever it is. But your expectation is, looking at it, I don't see how we serve this customer without booster station or multiple pumps or one new water tower, whatever it is. You go, you see this coming up, right? You see this coming down, it gets announced, whatever it is. walk me through your expectations with engineering, with legal, with consulting with the board about what may be needed to address this new customer. The process that you're aware of, that you have an appreciation for. What's the actual process you would run through in terms of touching base with those people, either employing an engineering firm, or maybe you already have an engineering firm that you have a contract with? How you would go to them? Do you go to them first? Do you go to the board? Could you walk me through that at just a high level of that kind of scenario, so I can have a better appreciation for what you see your role to be, not just a day-to-day keeping the lights on kind of thing, but a bigger picture, looking forward for the utility and how to service customers going forward.
Yes, sir. So on that, and this scenario actually happens, our chairman is on the industrial authority. I'm on the planning commission as well, so most of these things that's coming through the forefront, we see already, we've heard. And so I already would start digging into that. So we actually have a scenario like that that's happened. So what we would do is I would first talk to the board about what's coming down. This is the information I know. Is it okay if I go ahead and talk to our engineer to just kind of see where we stand in our system?
So can I, sorry, I don't want to, is that an informal conversation, or is that something you bring up at a board meeting?
I would bring it up at a board meeting.
Okay, all right.
That I would put it on the agenda. This is what's coming. I would like to see, can we at least start to see what our engineer thinks about our system, and could it maintain? And normally their engineer will reach out to you already, so I would link our engineers.
And so you have an engineer that you have a contract with, or you just have a relationship with one and then you enter into contract as needed?
You know, we have an engineer, and we would enter in if we go to use that, because we can use any engineer if we feel needed. We need to use someone else.
Okay. So would you get a board vote to go do, would you ask the board's explicit permission to do that, or just inform them of the issue and say, if you have objections, tell me now, otherwise I'm going to go and start talking informally to an engineering firm?
If it was at no cost, I would bring it up on the agenda. You know, if it had costs with it, I would present that to the board. No cost, which there probably won't be, because normally we have one that's not under contract with us on every job, but he would run those numbers for me. I would present him that data, and get back with me, and then it would just be general conversations for a while back and forth to see, because, I mean, you can't do a lot of groundwork and spend tons of money when this place may not even come. So, of course, first go to the board, no money's being spent, or if there is some fees going on, I would have them approve to let's go ahead and engineer this to see if our system can even handle it and what we need to do to further this, because we're in the business to sell water, and I want to serve all our customers. And then after that data come back, I would present that to the board, put it on the agenda, present to the board, this is where we are. Would you like to bring in this customer that's wanting to put this industry in, and have a serious conversation about it? Because, you know, I can't make that decision on my own. And then, you know, it would just be whether our system could serve it, what it would take to upgrade the system, if we needed any upgrade. Sometimes you have to watch out because people just put something in and expect they're going to have water there. We see that quite a bit.
So, on that front, when would you bring an attorney into the conversation?
Well, and that's probably my misguidance, is that I would say the attorney is in the board meeting, at our board meeting. So I would figure if we were doing something, he would speak up in that meeting and say, well, you need to do this first. I mean, that's why he's...
So that's I guess the basis of my question is, but if you need to go to, is it Mr. Jones, Mr. Talley, is that right? Randall Jones?
Yeah, Randy Jones.
Randall Jones, Mr. Jones, bond counsel, or if it requires a certificate of public convenience and necessity from the PSC, you know, you have employed, you know, Stoll Keenan for that.
Yes, sir.
You're depending on the council to tell you when those things are necessary.
Yes, sir.
Does the council know that you're depending on him to tell the board when PSC approval is or is not required?
I cannot answer that one. I mean, I
So
would
you're-
expect that.
But you're depending on him for that.
I expect it, yes. I
But
expect that if I'm in
has
there.
that been conveyed that you're aware of to that council? And to our conversation earlier, the questions earlier to the chair, do you have an expectation that Mr. Ross knows when PSC approval is or is not required in certain instances?
Yes, I do. I have heard him say, I've actually heard, speak up just on some purchases. I've heard the conversation back and forth. I would present something like, I need to purchase this piece of equipment, and they would ask our attorney. I have heard
If we're
that.
getting a loan, we need to go,
Yeah.
if it's in excess of 2 years, 5 years, whatever it is, we
Yes,
need to
sir.
go do X. Okay.
Yeah, and he would advise, no, you don't, yes, you do need on this, and then that would be documented in our minutes.
And has it been your experience, well, I take it from your answer earlier, none of those situations have come up yet where that attorney needs to speak up on these issues. Is that right? These meetings up to now?
No, sir.
Okay.
After I was formally hired as interim manager, I was informed that we had two PSC orders that had come down, and that Stokeen and Ogden was being hired to represent Green River Valley. And I said, okay. And so I just kind of just fell in and tried to keep the system going and trying to just fill out the pieces of where I was needed at that time.
So, and this is more of a personal question, Mr. Tucker, but you know, I say we. I'm a short timer here. All the commissioners come and go, but the commission over the last 89 years during its existence has endeavored to try to do things as transparently and publicly as possible, especially in regards to setting what the rules are, right? All of our orders since 1999 or 2000 have all been published on our website immediately upon entry. All of our regulations are all published through the legislature. All of our statutes are publicly available. We maybe go overboard adding so many parties to ask about underground damage prevention. That hundreds of responses come in, and I see them too. So I don't fill my inbox, but I get plenty of them. What can we do? Well, so let's take the email address situation, right? Let's take any of the other requirements, the water pressure, any of these other issues that have got. Water loss is a good one. How to calculate it, how to go through. During your experience, what do we need to do more to make it clear to the approximately 150 water districts, water associations, their boards, and their managers and their staff? Educate, inform, convey what the rules, the regulations, and the expectations are about running the utilities, about what the compliance requirements are. Not just those people, but board attorneys and secretaries. What in your experience has been lacking from us?
Well, a industry such as water is a different beast. It is not only managing money. You're managing water loss to stay under what y'all require for the 15% line loss, public relations, legal battle, somebody's mad trying to sue you, and then moving toward the future in an economy that everything is just, you can't get it and it's so expensive.
And water quality, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And thankfully, Green River has always, we have great water quality. But due to our source. And I feel that, I've always been proud of working at Green River Valley. But you're also have to break a mindset of that's the way it's always been done. And under who you're getting trained by, and David trained me up to one day be the manager there. That's why I worked under him. And he invested in me, and a lot of people have invested in me. And I'm here today because of it, and I'm very thankful for that. But nobody, just like I reach out to people who have other systems, like there's a large system Glasgow beside us, but they are not under PSE. He's helped me a lot on managing and what to do in these situations. And I ask him something about PSC, he doesn't understand. So it's not transparent across, everybody surrounding me is municipals. And so I'm like the sitting duck here, and then and there's a lot to it once things go bad. Everything's good until you get the order and you don't know the steps to do. So, and I think a lot of the boards don't know. At Green Taylor, where I come from, a couple were starting to go to the PSC training. Honestly, I think it should be mandatory for the management and the board members of every water utility, even municipals, to be involved. If we're regulated by it and we have to be to these standards to the municipals, I think it should be all transparent across the state. And if they're mandated to go to that, then, and we're all equally sharing in this responsibility to manage the system and to do what's right by our customers and prolong the system for the future as costly and as efficiently as we can, then we all should be under the same understanding of what's expected of us.
So have you attended a PSC, either run by the PSC or Stoll Keenan does some that are approved by the PSC, Kentucky Rural Water does some, Northern Kentucky Water District, correct me, is there anybody else, Mr. Talley? There's a few others that put on their own but are approved, the programming is approved by the PSC. Have you been to any of those
Yes, sir.
programs?
Yes, sir. And I tried to read up when I took over as manager at Green Taylor to try to understand what was going on, because I knew there was things coming on, and even I didn't respond to a response back to it, and they come back to me. I said, well, now I've learned my lesson. I know I need to be making a written response to that, and I'm human as well, the same as us all here. I have the best intentions. I love water. I know everybody sitting in this room does, and I wouldn't be here, but I think that, we should all just have the same training.
So you talk about the other systems, please don't name names, but you connect to, you're surrounded by a lot of municipalities. How does your all's water loss compare to the ones that you're surrounded by, even Green Taylor or some of these others? Is your all's water loss at about the same level as the surrounding utilities that you're aware of, or do you not know, or is it higher or lower? Do you have any idea?
If I did the worst case scenario of what I could look at in December, we're better.
Okay.
From what
And the shortage of water is it implicit in your answer is that the shortage of water in a lot of the other areas was caused by water leaks in addition to excess usage. Is that right?
during this cold snap, the excess usage, the demand,
Yeah.
in rural areas.
And maybe the excess usage would have been okay absent leaks, but the loss of the other water combined with excess usage everybody has their tap running 24/7 to keep the pipes from freezing, right?
Absolutely.
Or when pipes bust and then you use excess water in terms of that leak, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything else other than mandatory training for utilities that we don't regulate? Any
You seem to be shying away from that one.
other thought? I've got my jurisdiction is plenty expensive without me going to ask for it to go a little further. We don't regulate cities except for the water they sell to PSC regulated utilities. So.
I know that a lot of people have reached out to me across the state, and they are watching this to be informative, and we are only as good as the knowledge that we have or the people that we surround ourselves with. And I'm guilty of it myself, not understanding everything about the PSC that I need to know. So if anything great comes out of this, I hope that we are able to move forward and understand more. I'm sure we all get these, we have grown since I've started at Green River Valley as far as how we're doing things, job descriptions, moving forward. And I'm not saying that it was done wrong in the past. I mean, it's just things can get better. We can always better ourselves. Green River has been very successful. I mean, they've been on the map for a long time, and I know the board and David has always been putting their all into it, and sometimes we fail at certain things.
So, there are statutes and regulations.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how to if you don't, it's great, but do you know how to get to them at any given time?
I do.
You know where to find them? How about the board? When you have a new board member, have you had a new board member come on since you've been there? Okay.
That's one thing I did hear. one of our board members has been in administration in the school system for a long time. A great person and cares, and was brought on because of her expertise. And she just didn't really understand what to go. Of course, COVID was going on. Everything was different. And then these orders start coming in. And so I know that she's expressed how she's felt very humiliated. And
Is this
And-
one of the board members to replace one of the two that passed?
yes. And so, I've heard it from multiple systems. They don't know what's expected of them when they come on. Because I'm on a few different boards, and I know I'm expected to show up, and I'm serving on there. And so I'm trying to figure out what's on there, but I don't think they understand the depth of when you come on a board of a water utility,
Well, it's their job to make sure the water utility runs correctly, not necessarily yours. It's only yours because they told you it's yours, right? We talked about it earlier. It's the board that has that obligation, and you're an instrumentality of them. Is that your understanding?
I see it as ours. I feel
That's fine.
I feel I bear the weight of it, that I'm the face of it, and just like David was for years, when they're looking at when something bad happens, they're calling you. And Christmas morning, I'm the one that made the call, not the board, to call everybody out on Christmas morning, open the presents because our 16 units main had blowed out. I also let them know, hey, we've got major problems.
You work for them though; they don't work for you.
Correct.
You get a new board member tomorrow. Your experience in this, what do you think they need to be provided at the outset in terms of setting expectations?
I think a great idea would be to give them a description of what it entails before they ever get on. Because I think the judge executive says, would you like to be on this board? Here's what it pays. And they're like, that's going to help me. But I think, say, this is the obligation that you're stepping into. And this is what's expected of you. And like me getting hired on at Green River, I knew what was expected of me. And I know that I'm going to give a lot of my time. And I have in the last couple of weeks. And in my 12, 13 years in it. But I don't think that board members understand. And I think that even John can agree. When he come on, have a clue that you'd be sitting here today and that it would be this in-depth when projects come, because you are managing a multi-million-dollar industry, and the most important is everybody's health.
That's right. That's one of the things, Mr. Tucker, that I don't think people have an appreciation for, is that if it was a business, the water districts, let's take the water district here, would be one of the larger companies. If it was a business, would be one of the larger companies in the county or counties, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, your all's annual revenue is
Around $6 million, I think.
let's see here. Net income I saw a second ago. Let's just take income. Your operating revenues at the end of 2021 were almost $6 million. And your net income was $700,000. That's a good sized business if that was a business, right? That's a lot of turnover.
Yes, sir.
And you have an expectation, I suspect, with your all's expansion of the water system, that's only going to increase, right? You guys are going to sell far more water than you have in the past.
That's the goal. Yes, sir.
What did it expand the capacity of your water treatment plant?
Yes.
From
8 to
what
8 million.
From what to what?
Went up from, maxing out was like 5 million to 8 million. I mean,
Okay.
if we hadn't opened this expansion during this we would have been one of the ones that ran out of water.
Okay, it used to produce 5, and now you think it produces 8? Is
Yes,
that right?
sir.
Mr. Page, any questions, Mr. Tucker?
No, I'm sure y'all ask me some of the questions that I'll respond to.
Yeah, I've got some questions about annual reports and stuff. I don't think it's fair for me to ask Mr. Tucker if he wasn't there what they say. Mr. Talley, any questions?
Just one area. Tell us where Green River is on the rate case that we're required to file.
I spoke with Alan Lyons, who's handling. He works for, we've hired him from Kentucky Rural Water to do our rate study. spoke with him yesterday. He's hoping within a couple months. He's feeling he's about halfway through it. And we've just been back and forth on a lot of different things. I'm hoping, that we can have it approved and filed through the PSC by the end of March, is what we're shooting for.
Has he been sending you and the other office staff list of documents to produce or statistics and information?
To say the least.
Okay, so you've been busy with that too?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Tucker, you can
Thank
step
you.
down. In lieu of taking a full lunch break and everything else and trying to save everybody their afternoon, let's take a short recess and then we'll come back and we'll take you, Mr. Page, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Perfect.
Okay, all right, great. We will take, let's just take a 8-minute recess until 11:40. back on the record in case number 2022-00215. Counsel, do you like to call your last witness?
The commission will call David Page.
Mr. Page, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
David Page, 111 Lacey Lane, Horse Cave, Kentucky.
Okay, and Mr. Page, if you don't mind, like Mr. Talley did for the first witness, do you mind just to let us know what, just, you don't have to tell us what's on it, but what documents you took to the stand with you this morning?
Basically, I've been listening to testimony, and the Public Service Commission had sent Green River Valley Water District questionnaire, I'll say, and their response. And so I've took notes along that line that I'll refer back to some of those documents and specific dates as to what things that I had communicated to the board and how things were done, and a little rebuttal on that and some
Okay.
comments.
But generally, the notepad is notes that you took today, is that right?
Yes, I do
Okay.
here. I do have notes that I have taken today regarding the questions and answers.
Okay, and you're appearing today as a result of the subpoena that the commission sent you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Page, I think I saw somewhere in Green River's responses that you had been with Green River Utilities for approximately 32 years.
That's correct.
And how many of those years were as general manager?
25 approximately. I won't miss it far, but about 25.
Okay. And I know we've kind of covered this with other witnesses, but during that time period, you never had any official written policies or responsibilities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what responsibilities that you took care of, you had just developed over time?
For the most part, yes. Early on, of course, some of this board, they're different now. And back when I first came on board and manager, we had Trig Curd. He was the, at that particular time, the board chairman, and Jack London followed him, and then Philip Doyle. They made a point to, and this is how we communicated, so I'm going to elaborate on that just a bit. Trig each week would come by my office, and we would talk about the happenings in the district, certain issues that we felt like we communicated on to address prior to board meetings. So that would be each week, once a week, that we would try to meet to discuss, I'll say, happenings in the district. And Jack followed suit with that pretty much, and then Philip did until, because he got sick and passed. But we had discussions of things that were going on, things that needed to be addressed, and things that we talked about on the board meeting agenda, actually. For the most part, I prepared, like the other managers, the agenda, but some pertinent things we talked about and made sure they were on the agenda, trying not to miss anything.
So, as part of your daily activities, at least once a week, you would meet with the chairman at the time, discuss things, and then sometimes they would make the agenda, sometimes they wouldn't.
Well, they would make parts, just certain parts. I was actually responsible for I'll say, the agenda, other than what happened during conversation that we felt pertinent to be on the agenda, other than what I just, because a lot of the agenda is a lot of normal items. Old business, new business, and pertinent like construction projects of that nature, purchase of vehicles, or, just a lot of it is just, things that come up and is routine follow-up on certain issues and of that nature.
Okay, so with that in mind, what did you do in the past when you received a PSC order? What was your normal routine, even if it wasn't written down?
Normally, if I received the order, I would basically, would talk. Now, I'm going back to Trig Curd and Jack and Philip. We would talk about the order as to what it might relate to, and then, I would put it on the board meeting agenda, and we would discuss it in the meeting.
Okay, so what happened when Mr. Bunnell took over?
Well, I'm going to refer back here to certain things. The communications, and for a while, I'll say, needed to have been better. Now, that's what I'm going to say. Because I will basically, in my testimony to defend myself, I think I have every right to do that, would be back in June the 21st, 2018 minutes, and during that time, we do salary revisions, and prior to that sometimes, because it takes a little time in getting those particulars worked out or ironed out, I'll say. And, they had some working sessions, and I guess some things that happened that those particular working sessions back then disturbed me a little bit. And so at that time, I started to, we need certain things in place to protect us and protect me. And so then in September the 19th, 2019, and all of this, you can go back to the minutes, so it's nothing I'm just telling, it's factual, it's documented in the minutes. So in September the 19th, 2019, I provided the board with a written summary of the monthly management meetings, which my personnel and I, we would meet and to give updates to what we thought were some critical things that needed to happen. And in that particular management meeting included recommendation to update the personnel policy and establish a written board policy. You referred to September the 5th, 2019 monthly management meeting. Okay. The personal policy manual was ready for board review because Emily, at the time, Hoffman, my office manager, we wrote that and for discussion, and I knew there'd be parts that we would probably keep, parts that we would update, leave out, or whatever. So then,
Can I interrupt you for a
yes,
second?
yes, ma'am.
As part of that particular manual at that time, did you suggest written responsibilities for the general manager?
I'm leading to that.
Okay.
So, and then I brought it to the attention again, November the 18th, 2021, board meeting minutes, and so the personnel policy manual was still not complete. Then you'll need to refer to August the 15th, 2019 minutes. I did discuss with the board about Kentucky Rural Water Board training. And September the 24th, 2019, Gary Larimore and Andy Lang emailed me. They were ready to assist, but, and you know, I'm not putting blame on anybody here, but the board, we never come up with any dates for the training. Now, I will say that, what was talked about here today in part about what can we better do or training, because, and I've sat on several boards in the past, and I think it is really important that for board members the PSE training is very good. I will say that. But that's initial. And I know, depending on how you want to get paid, you can get paid more money, and I think these board members understand that, and they've been pretty conservative. But I have recommended lots of times, and I'm not saying some of them do, and they have attended Kentucky Rural Water meetings where, you know, you have Public Service Commission speakers, a lot of really good information out there that they need to go to. It should be mandated because you learn a lot in those meetings. You get to hear about, of course, there is a PSE website since 2009, I believe it is. And I've told the board there's a website, you know.
Can
Yes,
I
yes, ma'am.
interrupt you again?
Yes.
You mentioned the trainings and you mentioned recommending people attend the trainings, like some of the commissioners. Did you attend the trainings annually yourself or semi-annual? I mean.
Well, I did attend early on in my tenure. The board, when, you know, of course the board has changed somewhat, but they would be probably 2, 3, or 4 of us would go to the Kentucky Rural Water meetings, the annual one especially. And of course, there's a spring conference. And then I've been to some PSE training in the past, but now it's been a while since I have. You know, honestly, you know, my tenure, I planned on working till, you know, till I was 65, and having Andrew come in and probably mentor for about a year, and then let him have the reins, I'll say. But the training is important, and I've iterated that a lot. And you know, people are busy, but still include myself, and that's not really an excuse why you don't try to stay educated. I'm old school. I'm not like computer literate. I do the reports I know how to do basically, and then I tell my staff it's like the PSE website. Okay, or when I just heard today, okay, they're keeping GRVWD. That's the, I guess, what's officially submitted as today. My understanding is the contact emails to GRVWD. Now, they've took a lot of really good steps because they're trying to close gaps to make sure nothing is missed. Because at the end of the day, I promise you, there is nobody on this board now, in the past, or myself, that ever just willfully would just disregard PSE. There's breakdowns that I think that.
Can I redirect you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we'll go
Okay,
back to the breakdowns. Because
okay.
I'd asked about Mr. Bunnell and your conversations with Mr. Bunnell about the PSC orders. And I know that you were referring some of the to some of the minutes, and I know that the communication has changed, but with regard to what the communication has been since Mr. Bunnell took over as chairman, what was your line of communication? Like, when you received the PSC order and he was chairman, I know there's a history there, but what did you do with it recently?
Well, normally I would take that to the board meeting, but if we met prior to or had conversation, it would be something that we would discuss certain issues, but you have to, and I'm not blaming anybody, but you have to be able to sit down, in my opinion, with your chairperson and be available to have conversation prior to, because everything gets kind of wrapped up in a board meeting. It gets on the agenda, and there's a lot of people, and we, listen, you're the teacher, and we're trying to learn and make sure that it's right. Sometimes it just needs to be, I guess, brought to our attention, and this is a serious that's brought to our attention. So they're trying to do the right thing now, and in the past, we tried to do the right thing, but there were just certain breakdowns. But mainly on the board meeting agenda that we would discuss in the board meetings, and you'd have special meetings because on this particular order, the reason we need a rate case is, the best I remember, we refinanced some bonds through Kentucky Rural Water from RD, paid them off, and that was one of the stipulations within that order that we file a rate case so-and-so date, because we've got a major project that hopefully is, I hear them now say is, I guess I would say, substantially completed. But that project, it was drawn out, delay after delay. It was just it's a nightmare. But that still doesn't excuse us from an order, but I think as the website or the email is GRVWD, I've got a personal email. It's DSP. Well, so I tell my office staff, because I'm not real computer literate. Now, Andrew is he's kind of a whiz on the computer, okay? He's the younger generation, and I'm the old, and I'm, note I was retiring, and I didn't go take classes and do certain things that would make me computer literate. I dictated to someone else. So, usually the office manager, GRVWD, if an email was sent there, then they should forward it, and I'm not blaming anybody. Ultimately, I'm the manager, but forward that email to dsp@scrtc.com, and then I see it. So as you allude back to the Bunnell's Crossing, and if I'm getting off track here, just stick me back on there, okay? Which I'm sure you will. Okay. I did not receive the order in a timely fashion. And so the minute I did, then, well, I'm contacting Gerald Wutzer.
Let me ask you,
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Page. So,
Yes.
so the regulations require, for purposes of service of things like that order,
Yes,
that the utility provide the email address to the commission, so we have a place to send these orders.
yes.
Whose obligation is it to ensure that the utility has the appropriate email address on file with the commission?
Well, if I think listen, I'm not passing blame or doing anything, okay? But if we had, which it's documented in here, if we had board policy and because I'm going to be specific in some language here about I wanted an evaluation to my performance, and it's documented in the minutes, what my duties and responsibilities are. This would have been a better outcome.
Well, no, that's fine. But you said, had you gotten that email to the DSP email address, which I think dsp@scrtc.
Correct.
Had you gotten it there, you would have received it.
I would have.
Okay, you would have seen it. let's be fair. But you're not saying it wasn't received at the email address
Oh,
on
no,
file.
no, okay, I understand your question, no.
That's an important distinction,
Yes.
right? Because we sent it
You,
where
correct,
where we were told by the water district where to send it, right?
correct, yes. You did what our email said do.
Okay, so let me ask this. If I mail something to your house, okay, I'm a bill collector. I mail it to your house, and you don't check your mail, or you don't look at it. You avert your eyes. You grab it. You put it on your counter. You don't look at it. Would you agree you still received it?
Yes,
That's the rub I have with the
Yes,
with
I-
the response to the question you're getting, that the defense in those two cases
yeah.
were, and this is a quote, the manager did not receive notice of this order, or a prompt response would have been submitted. Is there anything that the commission, that you're aware of, should have done to ensure that the water district received the order that we did not do?
Not by the rules and regulation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make that clear,
Okay.
yes, that's
And-
correct.
And so, once we did what we were supposed to do, what's next in that chain?
The email would have been sent from GRVWD to DSP at,
Well, no, hold on. It
Okay.
got sent to the email address we were supposed to.
that's correct.
And the email address, the regulation, you heard me read it earlier, says that the email address should be one in which is read weekly, at least once a week, by the utility. You remember me?
Yes,
Read it.
I'll be honest with you, I wasn't aware of that, go on that site or look at it once a week.
Okay.
I'm being honest, I just didn't.
And that's fine.
I didn't know.
But we didn't know about this DSP email address, correct?
Well, I don't know because I'll say this, and the PSC, periodic inspections, I believe if you go back in there and look at 2018, they documented my email as DSP, that's my email.
What's
Now,
your
whether-
email?
that-
That's not the water district's
Oh,
email,
okay,
right?
I see what you're saying.
I mean, I've
Okay.
got a state email, but I got a personal email address too.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Okay, so it is GRVWD,
okay.
okay, and,
And so when we needed to send an order to the water district for the last, let's call it 10 years.
yes,
5 years. If we needed to let you all know about something, our regulations say that we will send it to you by email, and that's why you have to keep an email address on file with us, right?
yeah.
So, at what point, in your opinion, does it become incumbent on the water district? No distinction between the manager, the assistant manager, the office manager, the chair of the board, but the water district as an entity. When, in your opinion, does it become incumbent on the water district to do what it's supposed to do in terms of keeping the commission apprised of the correct email address and reading the emails once a week?
You need to have that in my mind, a board policy to dictate exactly what is to happen and who's responsible for what. Because basically, you did everything right. That was the email we furnished, okay? So you sent it there. Now, it's up to us to make sure we follow through with that, in my opinion, but as manager, like I said, there's always a learning process and there's always teachable moments. But I have specifically asked for evaluation, and if I can, or if I may, I can read this here in what's documented and read in the minutes.
Well, that's fine. And is
Yeah.
this the August 19th, November 21st, or the June 18th minutes?
Okay,
Which
on
minutes is it?
February the 26th, 2020, because I had wanted, this was on more than one occasion, the board to get training, create a written board policy, review the personnel policy manual, and evaluate me. Give me direction as to responsibilities and expectations. In February 26, 2020, They appointed John Bunnell to meet with me as frequently as necessary to assist the board in completing my evaluation. And honestly, that never happened.
And that's fine, but I want to make sure we got the minutes right.
Yes,
So we're going to be asking for the June 2018 minutes, the November 2021 minutes, the August 2019 minutes, and what you're saying is that you'd also like us to get the February of 2020 minutes.
yes.
Okay.
And be sure that you'll want to refer to September the 5th, which is a monthly management meeting, which a copy of that gets to the board.
Well,
It goes
what
to
will
the
that
vote.
be? A copy, will that be attached to any of the minutes?
Not necessarily. It should be in their packet. It should be attached to the minutes.
Which packet? The October
The,
packet?
the September the 5th should be with the the September 19th, 2019 minutes.
So the September
Yep.
minutes, September of 19,
Yes.
the minutes and board packet.
Yeah, the September 5th, 2019 monthly management meetings. We started having monthly management meetings with myself, my assistant manager, water treatment plant manager, and our office manager to discuss certain things that we really wanted to see happen or present to the board that we felt pertinent to be taken care of and was important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Page, I know that you've heard the chairman ask, I think it was Mr. Tucker, about legal advice at the Board of Commission meetings. Are you aware of any agreement with Mr. Ross, any written agreement with Mr. Ross, whereas he acts as attorney for the Water District?
No, he's just, he is hard as an attorney for the water district, but the duties or a contract that is written, which it goes back to, you need one, is not specific. But he would be, for the most part, if there's something comes up, like the current manager talked about, easements and just day-to-day kind of operational things that doesn't maybe include Division of Water, Public Service Commission, and it can include him in that. But when it gets a lot of, if it's PSE orders in certain issues, Jerry Wurzer or Damon there, will we seek our most advice on issues like that?
Well, you mentioned hired. You used the word he's hired. Do you all pay him a monthly fee or?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so there is a monthly fee in your all's budget that goes to Mr. Ross.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, now I know that you mentioned several different months of minutes that you wanted to reference. Have you talked about like all of the dates now? Have you given us all the dates that you would like to be made part of the record?
Yes, I've got a copy here that I'll leave with you. I made just one extra copy, so I don't have enough for all, but I will leave whoever you want me to leave one of these copies
We can
with.
copy it for everybody and pass
Okay,
it out.
all right, but I have this copy that I would put in here, regarding my testimony and records that you'll wanna, that would be pertinent, I think, to this case
Okay.
yeah.
Now, I know that you were aware of the filing of the motion for the extension to file the rate application, right?
Yes, the
You were-
initial, yes, because it was in, when we refinanced, it was in there. Of course, we had to sign all of that paperwork, the board and the attorneys, so yes,
So initially, you were aware of the ordering paragraph that required that.
a rate study, yes,
Yes.
it was in there.
Okay, and so then you were aware of the motion for the extension.
That's
that-
correct.
And that the commission granted that motion.
That's correct.
At the point when you all got the extension, obviously your basis for the extension was the project. Did you take any steps between the date you all got the extension granted, and the time the commission entered this opening order to file that rate application?
What I did, what was done is, of course, I'll go back and say, and I'm not making excuses. There's no excuse. The project took way longer than it ever should. So when that extension was nearing its end, and you know, when we go back to, I'll refer back to Bunnell's Crossing, of course, Jerry Wurtzer, and Damon does this sometime, you know, as our attorneys, or, you know, just to try to keep us informed, especially Jerry, you know, he might send out an email and say, okay, you need to maybe file another extension, or like Bunnell's Crossing, and do this and this. And so sometimes we get just maybe too dependent, and you know, we're all busy, but it's still no excuse by the order. It's still an order. And so all of a sudden I see, okay, time has went over. And so I called Mike Foley, which he's sitting in this room today. And it was a good faith, just general conversation. Okay, I'm willing to go ahead and start this rate case. We don't have the support that what the water plant and its operation is going to add, you know, as far as a cost to put in there. But, you know, we could come back and address that later, or we can file another extension. But I felt like that if we had, the extension probably would have ended September, and we would have had to done another one to start the rate case.
Oh, okay, but,
Yeah.
but the long and short of what you're saying, it sounds like, is that at least up until the point that you called Mike, you still hadn't taken any action to actually, like, prepare for the
No,
rate case.
it actually ran out, and you know, I'm sorry, but I didn't remember the specific date. I should have. I guess a lot of us should have, if certain policies and procedures and stuff had been in place, but that's neither here nor there now. But what I'm saying is, in good faith, I tried to, you know, just as soon as I realized, try to direction what we need to do, and you know, I guess a good faith, I'll say, and a common sense approach or whatever. But listen, that still doesn't mean we broke an order, and I'm responsible on my part. We are the chairman, the board, myself. I don't think we're arguing that at all. It's just that it wasn't a malicious intent or anything. It was lack of communications, oversight. That's.
When you realized that the date had passed, did you call Damon or Jerry?
Yes, I did. I called, best I remember, best of my recollection, I think I had talked to Jerry, and I think I think I talked to Pat Ross too. I believe I talked to actually Pat Ross too. And then Damon got involved, and he was at our meeting because we were trying to, for that July 21st meeting, I guess it was. And but I didn't actually officially attend that meeting. You know, I guess I went to my office. But but we were trying to address that. But yes, the order ran out in good faith. You know, I talked to Mike, trying to get some direction, and best I remember, I did talk to Jerry Wurtzer, Pat Ross, and they got Damon involved, which he's part of our attorneys at Stowe, King, and Ogden, and so we started addressing that immediately. And then, then I became no longer a part of that, so, but I'm a party to the case, yes.
So I'm sorry, I still don't understand. Are you saying that you called Mr. Foley before or after that you?
No, it would have been after, I'm being honest. Yeah, best of my recollection and knowledge, the order would have run out just a bit.
But that's not asking for more time. That's asking
No.
to do something late, right?
That would be
that
correct,
fair?
yes, sir, yeah.
And and you knew that the first extension required an order because you worked with counsel with Mr. Woocher to file a motion. Right?
Correct.
And you know that as a response to that motion, 10 days after the motion was filed, 10 days, we don't usually move that fast.
Right.
10 days after Green River Valley requested the motion, we granted the additional year, more than year, to file the rate case, right? You're aware of that?
I looked at it as the first extension, we were supposed to do it within a year, correct? And then I looked at it as the extension was, I think it was out in, was it April maybe, and then we pushed it another one till June. I think it was now. I don't have the dates right in front of me. And so then we should have filed we should have started the rate case, or we should have filed another rate case. What I'm saying is oversight on me and/or the board, we're responsible. You're right, we did not do it on time. And when I realized that, then I had a conversation, okay, good faith, what can we do? How do you want us to proceed? But we had done broke the order.
That's what I want to make sure, because I've got your email
Yes,
that you filed in response to the
Yes.
order. And it didn't have dates other than you had your retirement date, and then it had that you thought there was an extension until September 21, 2022.
well, I thought there were going to be, because my conversation, basically with Mike, in good faith, well, when do you think the project might be completed? Well, I felt like, September. So that was a date I was going to use if we actually had filed the motion. But the next thing I knew, instead of, because I thought to understand that Mike would get back with me, but he was going to talk to staff. So, and whatever y'all's procedures are, I'm sure probably just, we didn't do it in the time we were supposed to do it. So we just send the order. And and I understand that. So that's basically how that happened there.
Okay.
To my
So
knowledge.
let me just be
Yes.
clear.
Yeah.
Did you call Mr. Foley? Well, why did you call Mr. Foley? Why not call Mr. Woocher the same way you needed the last extension?
Well, because I talked to Mike in good faith. I was trying to get guidance on, okay, this thing is run out. What can we do? Because he was a contact person for the Public Service Commission. So.
Hold on, let's take a step back.
I'm-
I don't understand that. That's what
Okay,
I'm trying to find out.
okay.
Why Mr. Foley particularly? So I'm unaware of anywhere on our website that we've listed, Mr. Foley. does
Well,
very
and
good work.
that's probably true.
Why
yes,
Mr. Foley, of all the people, we've got now about the mid-70s, call it 75 people here, right? We've got
Yes.
two commissioners. You see the conspicuously empty chair. We only have two commissioners,
Yeah.
but we've got assistants. We've got an executive director. When this was going on, maybe we had a deputy executive director. They have assistants. We've got a division director of financial analysis, who's, I think, Mr. Foley's boss's boss. We've got a head of legal, a general counsel at the commission. We've got two assistant general counsels. We've got all these people, right? I just want to make sure I understand. You said Mr. Foley was the contact for the commission. Why Mr. Foley, of all the people, did you choose to call?
Okay. Now, there was a note on my desk that's had Mike Foley's name on. Now, I don't know whether Mike maybe had first called the district or not, well, look, you're out of compliance. I don't know. I really don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I know some of the people's titles and listings, but I don't keep up with all of them. I don't, be honest with you, I don't look. But whether the phone number was Mike Foley, so, you know, we had a conversation. Now, Mike might have, you know, called, and there's the name and number, and then I called back, and that's how I did that. Or I might, I don't know what his title is, but, you know, I had Mike Foley, and that's just who I contacted, you know, for whatever, you know, I'm older, my memory is.
I'm not
Yes.
implying anything, I'm trying to get the facts. You
Yes.
said he was the contact, and I'm trying to understand
No,
why.
he's not the contact that if I was looking in, I guess, the PSC website and said, you know, because you could argue, okay, David, you should have called the executive director. You could argue that or someone else. But it just so happened, I called Mike, and so he would take it up further, and I expected a response back. Well, I got a response back, but
Yeah, and so
yeah.
that's the other
Yeah.
question I want to ask.
Yeah.
So you called in June?
I believe it would have been, not, I think that order ran out I think it was the end of June, somewhere along there.
So I think our order required that you all file the case by the end of May.
Okay, all right,
And we issued the order July 18th.
okay.
So that's about a
Okay.
month and a half.
Well, it probably was it was probably in June, because I realized, you know, the order, you know, oversight, whatever you, want to say it was, I didn't remember. It got by me.
Well, okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But and I don't want to steal Mr. Dicey's thunder here, but there's two items that I think you're being asked about. One is the date of the order, right?
Yes,
You say, I realized in June that the order had passed. That's fine. That May 31st was the date of the order, and oh, it's passed, and I need to call and do something about it. That's distinct from what actions you had actually taken to get the rate application ready. So even if on May 1st, you would go, oh gosh, we've got time, we've got 31 days, we've got 30 days, but realizing it on the 1st of May would not have given you sufficient time to get a rate case ready, to file it with the commission, even if the stuff had been finished. You got a call from your contractor, oh gosh, we worked through the night for the last 2 weeks, it's done, starting on May
See-
1st. When did you contact, let me ask it this way, withdraw all that. Did you ever contact Kentucky Rural Water Association while you were manager to help do the rate case?
not this particular one we have in the past, but see, my understanding, and we're right, wrong, or indifferent, that we didn't have to have it ready. I mean, it was a matter of, okay, we're filing, we're going ahead and initiate the rate case. In other words, not be completed, actually, we initiated and saying to the Public Service Commission, we're ready and we're going to initiate the proceedings for the rate increase. Or we are going to do an extension, another extension. And that's what my conversation was about. I was looking for guidance to do that. I didn't know, honestly, I didn't know that we had to have it, or it was pertinent to have it like ready, documentation and ready as far as rates and structure and stuff at the end of May. It needed to be done by then. For whatever reason, I thought is if we notified the PSC, even if it had happened back in April, I wouldn't have been, honestly, I wouldn't have been ready. We would have initiated, okay, we're ready to start the rate increase, or we need an extension. And that's basically how I took that, and that's how I envisioned this.
Let me ask though, you got an extension until May 2022, and it's your understanding that that order was what? An extension in order to grant an extension subsequently? I don't,
Okay,
the
see-
application had to be filed by a date certain. You've done a rate case before. Whether it was an ARF or not, an application is an application. Had you taken any action prior to May 31st of contacting Kentucky Rural Water Association to file that application?
No,
So what is it that you thought had to be done by May 31st, 2022?
May 31st of 2022, when that order ran out, or there, initiate the rate case, because it's gonna take probably, it'll take a year probably to get the numbers and to go through this.
We know, we know, that's why we ordered, that's why we gave you a year to do it the first time.
So if I had a thought that we gotta have this by then, I would have needed to have contacted, Kentucky Rural Water at least 6 months or so prior to that, and that's impossible because the water plant is nowhere near gonna be done with that information. So honestly, my thoughts were that at the end of May 31st, the date you've given me, would have been, we initiate, we start, we tell the PSC, we are now starting the rate case. It's gonna take a while, but we are initiating the start process, contacting the people that needed to be involved with that to initiate and start it. Or we're wanting another extension until September, and hopefully we would have a couple of months to get the cost of the water treatment plant operations in that. So,
Let's talk about facts for a second.
okay.
The commission issued its order in 2019-458, your refinancing case, on the order requiring the additional, the rate case. On March the 10th, 2020, okay? What we would have had on March the 10th is most likely your 17, 18, and 2019 annual reports, okay?
Okay, I understand where you're heading.
I might have we might have the 19, we might not, but we'll at least have the
Yes.
17 and
Okay.
18. In 2017, the water district lost $81,166. In 2018, the water district lost $19,299. And in 2019, which you may have filed the annual report, commission may have had when we made our decision there, may have had that, the water district lost $191,677. We, in ordering paragraph number 5, said, Green River Valley District shall file for an adjustment in base rates or file an alternative rate filing within 1 year of the date of filing of this order. Okay, so it gave you a year, right, the order? Correct.
That would be correct.
Okay,
But,
well,
okay, I'm
so it gave you a year. It said to file the adjustment or the application within a year. Would you agree with that? File with the commission.
the reading and the language, of course, I don't have it in front of me, and I can't recall exactly what it said. My thinking was, honestly, to be truthful with you,
You have to be truthful. Well,
yeah, I know. That's
don't need you
right.
to remind me.
That's what I'm making sure that, I'm trying to be I am being truthful with you. In my mindset, when I look at that, because we're doing a plant expansion, well, we find
Well,
it.
no, hold on a second. I just asked you very clear. It says file an adjustment for an adjustment or file an alternative rate filing within 1 year. I'm clear. You would agree
That's what-
the way I read it, it says to file it.
Yes,
Not to
that-
call somebody, not to initiate. It says, what I read is, assuming it's correct, I'm reading from order.
That's
says
what
file.
would be, what that order says
Okay.
would be correct.
And this is the order that you worked with Mr. Rucher to get an additional more than year extension for, correct?
Well, that would be correct, yes.
Okay, all right, so it says to file, all right? Are you aware of anything in this order, going back, using your memory, where the commission's basis for filing that rate case was based off the expansion of the water facility?
That was based upon just the refinancing through Kentucky Rural Water, to my knowledge, and those bond issues and paying off, I guess it was, B Rural Development.
Right, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
the requirement to file the rate case, do you remember it having anything to do, whether the commission was even aware at the time, may have been, of the water
No,
expansion?
no,
Okay,
no,
so-
because, yeah, that's right.
So then, but then you all filed a motion a year later, so not the basis for us telling you you need to file.
Yes.
Right? You all waited until April, which I think is technically even beyond the year you were supposed to file an application. You waited until into April to extend it another year. And the reason that you all sought for the first time in that motion to have additional time is because you all had a big project that you'd love to have the costs and the savings of that project in the rates.
Yes, we did need
Okay,
that,
great.
correct,
Commission
correct.
extended another year for that reason. Is that right?
That would be correct, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, does that negate the fact that in 17, 18, and 19, you all lost money?
Well,
Okay.
okay,
Does it have, does it have anything to do, the water extension, with the fact that you all lost money in 17, 18?
okay, on the books, we lost money, okay. But it doesn't take in consideration a lot of times the account for this, this, and this, and this, and money is set in there, and there, and there that we put in there. In the overall audit, when it comes down to the end result, we lost money. Technically, we have furnished all of the monies and every account that's needed, and then plus some we just have,
I
yeah.
don't, we don't
I
need to
know,
get,
I
we
know.
don't need to get in debate about
That's
net
right,
income.
that's
Net
right.
income is just.
So yes, the audit
net
would
income.
show, the audit
So-
would show that we lost that money.
And that's fine, but,
Yeah.
but lost money, commission ordered a rate case. You all said, hey, it'd be a good idea, you'd already missed the 1 year period,
Mm-hmm.
but you all said it'd be a good idea if you gave us another year so we could include this water.
That's
This water
correct, yeah,
expansion.
that would be correct, yes.
Do you see though that you, in June approximately, right, and even
Yes.
now, made up in your mind, because the commission didn't say you file a rate case after you have finished the water project. The commission said you shall have an additional year to file this application we required you to do over a year ago, because you've given us a good reason to extend the date. If you all, if the water district said, hey, it's gonna be 2027 until, we've gotta extend it, we've got issues, it's gonna be 2027 until we finish this water expansion project, all of the actions of the utility would indicate that you all wouldn't plan on even calling somebody until 2027 to file this rate case.
Yes, that would be correct. We just thought we could get it done in time and we wouldn't run into the problems with the water plant. But that's neither here nor there now, so I mean.
Do you see
you're
what I'm trying to
right.
say?
I do. I understand.
You're
fully.
reading, and I get it.
Yeah.
Mr. Tucker talked about it perfectly. There's a lot of other things that you all are doing besides dealing with the Public Service Commission. I'm not trying to
Yeah.
diminish that in any way.
But I didn't know, yeah.
You've got to manage people. You've got to deal with the Division of Water and water
Yeah.
quality issues and office manager. I'm not trying to diminish any of those issues. What I'm trying to make sure that it's clear is the difference between what's in black and white. Again, we try to be as transparent as possible.
Correct.
We've got to support our orders. It's got to, what is in the orders, right, that we publish, that we try to, that you had an attorney represent you in these cases, Mr. Jones, whether he likes it or not, is an attorney practicing in these cases. Mr. Woocher filed the extension for additional time, right? We put out there exactly in black and white what the expectation was. And it sounds like you, again, you're doing all these other things, added additional context that's not in the orders at all, that is beyond what the black and white says. Would you
Yeah, I'm
agree?
just trying to give you my thought process, honestly, how I interpret and misinterpret. So,
That's
yes,
fine,
you're
but
right.
what
you're
it
right.
brings to me is,
Yeah,
I guess to the question I asked you earlier about the service orders,
yes.
what else could we have done to convey more clearly what the expectation was other than what we did? And it wasn't me, I wasn't on the commission when this order went out in March of 2020.
Right.
But-
Well, I think by the rules and regulations of the PSC, the way I understand them, as I said here today, I think you did all you needed to have done. You did what the regs says. Now, you breakdowns wherever, that's on me and that's on the board, and we're gonna acknowledge that. And I just hope today that, that you don't think that we just intentionally did that, because
And I
that's
wanna
just,
ask about that, and I don't, intent
Okay.
is a different thing, I think the standard willful
Yeah.
is the one,
Yeah.
and we don't need to get into that today.
Yeah,
But I think that that's an important distinction, because you saw the order, you know what it said, right? And you didn't do it. Is that right?
in black and white, you're absolutely correct.
Okay. All right, I'll save the rest of my questions until.
I don't have anything else, John.
Can I just make one last comment?
No, you're gonna have plenty, just
Oh,
let me
okay.
ask a couple, you're gonna have, from there and from there, you're gonna have plenty of
Oh,
time at the
okay.
end of
All
so
right, okay. All
Take
right.
some notes if you've got things that you wanna make sure
Yeah.
you convey. You lost money, the district lost money in 17, 18, 19, had a positive net income in 2020, and then had a positive net income in 2021 of $1.3+ million. How? Because the refinancing was good, but I don't remember it being that good.
Well, what we did, when we do a loan with RD, or USDA RD, okay, it's like a pass-through. And we had, Kentucky Rural Water, they've done projections. We just didn't have our engineer to come up with what we thought that rate ought to be. We used Kentucky Rural Water to come up with our wholesale rate, and what our rate should be across the board in the different categories. So when we went to RD for that loan to pay it back, we felt like that, okay, we had a good rate by a professional to address that, and it just, and y'all well aware of that, it's a pass-through, but it was sufficient. So those first revenues, when we were allowed to start collecting those revenues, is the reason 2020 and 21 are substantial. And we realized the way we go about, we realized from our audit, we were losing money, for those 2 or 3 years there. So it's time to do a rate increase. So it's perfect timing when the water plant needed to be done, and that's how we did our rate. So as of right now, that rate,
Well, so you say rates, so the rates for the RD loan were in conjunction with a project in
Correct.
2010.
No, I'm sorry,
No.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
yeah,
I believe there might have been a 2020 rate increase connected with their RD project, the CPCN, to build the water treatment plant and to borrow that money. I was not involved with that, but I do know that they had a retail rate increase and a wholesale rate increase as part of that RD case, the CPCN, which I think was in 2020, but I'm not sure.
Separately from,
The refinance.
refinance.
Yes, it was after the refinancing.
correct, yes.
and that's the 2019 287.
Is the refinancing the 2019 287?
No, 287 is the CPC, the 023.
Okay, and I believe as part of the 287 case is when there was substantial rate increase, retail and wholesale rates as
Okay.
well.
So you're not saying the refinancing is the reason for the increase in the revenues, because the refinancing was only supposed to increase revenues over a 26-year period by $1 million, and your all's revenues went up $1 million in the same year. You're saying that the increase between 19 and 21 is because of the new 023 case in 2020, not the refinancing that occurred in 2020.
Right, not the refinancing, the case where we adjusted our rates, that was a pass-through with rural development. And on the front end of that, because hopefully the goal is, we don't want to be having to raise rates all the time, but we want to run a sufficient operation, a water district that is in good shape, but we want to be fair to our customers. And so, we went to Allen Valines with Kentucky Rural Water because to set those rates, we just didn't let our engineer even do it. We just provided a lot of documentation information.
You don't have to convince me to let Mr. Flines
Yeah.
do the rates instead of an engineer.
All right.
I'd let Mr. Flines do my rates over an engineer any day. They went to school for different things, so. The water loss,
Yes.
almost 40% in 2021 for total use and water loss, system use and water loss. What's the cause of the significantly high system use in 2021?
That could be a number of factors. Now, what I do is when the board, when we talk about giving them the water loss report or usage report is different from the PSE report. That is a dollar and cents report. In other words, if it went somewhere, I don't care if it run out of a tank, it run out of a pipeline somewhere, or because the PSC allows, by their chart, in their structure, accounted and unaccounted for water. What I give the board in their monthly report is what you lost, because I don't care if you don't sell it, that particular, it just lost. You haven't collected revenue for it. The monthly PSE report that we do shows fire department uses, all those categories in there were, it's accounted for and unaccounted for, and that number will differ from just the dollars and cents line loss. It may say, yeah, you lost 40% because you treated this much water and all right, the tank run over, contractor bursted a line, big line, and you're flushing and you're doing certain things. Well, it's still, you didn't get to sell it, so that's the report that'll be different from the PSC report, what's allowed to go in it.
Both of them have the same numbers. They're just calculated differently, right? Because you're telling the board what the fire department used and what ran over in the tank and everything else, right?
That goes in the PSC annual report, and to keep up with it is done monthly.
Right, I know
So we
that,
know
but do you inform the board, did you inform the board about losses?
Not
just
the best,
Not the PSC, I'm saying
yeah. Just dollars and cents loss.
dollars and cents, not gallons, not percent of gallons.
Well, it shows the gallons on that report, and then the deducts, and then it comes up with the percentage that the district lost. And I also show Horse Cave's loss in that actual report too, because we do all their maintenance under a special contract with them.
So do you show them, so you would show them that at the end of 2021, that number was over 40%. You would have shown that 40% number to the board in dollars and cents terms.
No, I don't do an annual report for the board as far as that particular line loss sheet. The PSC is a different monthly, and they haven't asked for that, and I didn't provide it. It's put in the annual PSC report, and we say, yeah, okay, board, our yearly annual line loss is 13.9% or 15%, or if it's 20, it's 20. It's not every month that we present that to the board. There's certain things that,
But you, okay, let me ask you this way.
yes,
Do you present to the board in a dollars and cents, did you present to the board in a dollars and cents format the cost of all water loss accounted and unaccounted for?
it's probably within the, it's in with that number, I guess to a certain extent, to try to answer your question. But I don't have a report right in front of me. We can get you one that will show each master meter in Horse Cave and the district and the deducts and what's accounted for, we give them the 10%. And at the end, less the 10%. And when you get down here, you put those numbers together. And then the gallons at the water treatment plant produced, and then you take away what's accounted for in dollars and cents, and it may be 20 million gallons by that report that's lost. But on the PSC report, there's places in there you can account for that, but on dollars and cents, it's just lost. And dollars, you figure
So
up
let me
20
ask-
billion.
Let me clarify. With the
Yeah.
board, you provide them the dollars and cents cost of non-revenue water. Water that you didn't sell. Water you produced but didn't sell.
Well, I don't give them a particular, I mean, sometimes we talk about it, but I don't give them on that report, that I don't recall that at the end of it, it shows you produce this much, and this much is accounted for, the rest is lost, and you know that, let's say it's 20 million that's lost. Well, divide that by, your rate or a wholesale rate, or you could do it a retail, and in dollars and cents, you would see how much actually you didn't collect.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to figure out though, is that your water loss, that, you're saying that amount at the bottom of the form you give to PSC, was not materially different in 2021 as it was 2020 or 2019 or 2018, 2017.
I'm not aware that it was.
But the other number, the remainder of the water that was produced and not sold, other system uses, was more than twice as high as any of the preceding 4 years.
Unless they were like I said, a typical area or an area in that report, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. When you get a new commissioner on the board, did you take any particular action to inform the board, the commissioner, new board member about processes, procedures? Did you tell them about their requirement to attend PSC training? Did you tell them about where and when the PSC trainings were? I just want to talk to, Mr. Tucker hasn't got a new board member. I just want to know what you did when a new board member came on in terms of process. What you felt like you were supposed to do, what you actually did, if you could give me an idea.
What I feel like ought to happen is I've been there a long time, and I see the problems and issues that can occur. Is the board needs to know what they're getting into prior to even becoming a board member. They ought to be, in my opinion, of course, the judge executives in the physical court appoints these. They ought to provide them with a packet that explains within so many months you have to go to PSC training to remain a board and be a board member. And this is the requirements. And I've talked to Judge Choate at Hart County about, okay, PSC just basically requires them, if they want just minimal pay, to, you go to the PSC specific training once. I talked to Judge Choate about putting something in the statute within the county or whatever for these officials that you appoint to, and I think it ought to be done, or the PSC ought to mandate it, to actually have continuing education by the Public Commission or approved annually, just like we have to do as managers or like Division of Water to keep our license for distribution and water treatment plant. That way they kept abreast of the new technologies and all the things that's going on and even rules and regulations. I think they ought to have to read all the regulations, but mainly have a policy, board policy. Now that don't mean, we're talking about years ago versus this day and time right now, where everybody could communicate better, and I think they're on the right track to ensure all of this is gonna happen. With help of the Public Service Commission and attorneys, and to make sure there are no loose ends, I'll say, or miscommunications to this day and time. And that's why a few years ago, that in these minutes and in these recommendations that I made, I felt it really needed to be done. And I was pretty adamant about that. That's why I documented it. But to say that any of these guys or myself don't mean well, and I think, in the water industry, I mean, you could argue that the pay could be more and the commissioner's pay could be more, and it takes a lot of time, especially this day and time. So to try to help out, those are some of my recommendations. Now, for me, what I present to them basically is, okay, yes, you need the PSE training. I've addressed it in board minutes here. And they may ask me at some point to get them some dates. And I'll go back to when Kerry McDaniel and Leland Glass came on the board. Get dates. Well, the last date, I think, was in December before their time would expire, and the last class that y'all had or session was right here. Well, I think Leland, I don't know. I don't have, his credential information, which I think that ought to be something that's kept on file at the district for the manager to even see at communications, to say, well, if you haven't done it yet, you better be getting on it and doing it. But I understand now that Leland went. I think he's got the documentation of that. But Kerry McDaniel, he knew about it. We got his motel room, and he never went. He didn't show up. He didn't go. He knew about it. Then in that PSE inspection, it was even noted in there to Aaron Dong's, Kerry McDaniel, to this date, has not had his PSE training, specifically in the report. Now, they should have probably called him on it, or something should have happened. I don't know, and I don't know how that's looked at or anything. I don't know anything about that. But we're just trying to close gaps and things that we can do as a water district to help you all to maybe how we all maybe better communicate. I mean, don't get me wrong, you did what you were supposed to do, okay? But I guess what I'm referring to is how we can make certain mandates that commissioners know ahead of time what they're getting into, and they need to have specific training. I don't care if they get paid, if they're going to be a board member, I don't care if you don't pay them nothing. They need to know what the rules are and the training and policies, because as I see all of this and things that's happened just here in the last few years and the way everything is heading, back in the day, I'll say, we with Division of Water and even the Public Service Commission, and I mean, rules has always been rules, black and white, but we had working together in good faith for the common good of everybody. But that's kind of out the window today anymore. And I do understand that. Believe me, I do. And I'm not trying to say we didn't do anything wrong, by no means. I mean, basically, you know what? We're actually right here at your mercy because of what we didn't do. And we're trying to clean it up. Of course, I'm no longer manager, but the board and the new manager, they're trying to clean all this up to make it better for the future, and maybe examples for other water districts, and what we really need to be doing, and education.
and know what we're getting into. I just think a lot of times we just don't know, and as a lot of managers, you know, I hate to say this, but early on, and at times, we just try to use common sense, good faith, and just try to communicate, and there's just not enough time, seems like, and that's no excuse. If we're gonna do this, we need to be able to commit to the time. And that's what board members needs to know, that, look, if I'm gonna sit on a board, this is what it requires. If I can't do that, there need to be somebody else sitting on the board.
Mr. Talley, do you have any questions?
No questions.
So this is your time, Mr. Page. If you've got any other evidence you'd like to give us. This is your
Well, you know,
opportunity.
there's no other really evidence. You know, it's, I mean, you know, for a lot of it, as far as the black and white part of it, listen, it's clean, cut, and dry. You know, what I would like to say is, you know, because what this board and I are not, we're not in any way willful, and a lot of that language it's in there, but it's up to you all to determine whether you think we are or not, you know. And at the end of the day, you know, we're here before you, as you, the judge, jury, and prosecutor. You know, honestly, we're at your mercy. Learning experience, whatever you want to call it or whatever, but we'll try to move on in a manner that this makes everything better. We learn from it, and we move on, and you know, you'll decide what our punishment will be.
Mr. Talley, do you have anything?
Nothing further.
Any final comments?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, and you wouldn't like to recall anybody?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Leslie?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You can step down. Thank you, Mr. Page. So I know that the commission staff will have some post-hearing data requests. So that means we'll enter a post-hearing procedural schedule. We'll serve it on you as well, Mr. Page. Make sure you get a copy of it. We'll be asking the Water District for a number of the records. I think probably board packets and minutes. I guess my one question, Mr. Talley, is are you aware of whether the minutes ordinarily include the packet provided at each meeting, or should we be specific to include both?
To my knowledge, the minutes do not include the packet that the board members have. Now, there is one other thing I forgot. Mr. Page said he had an extra copy of all these documents that he wanted to refer to, if he could provide that.
So what documents do you have, Mr. Page?
There's a list here. I won't give my county closing stuff there. That's kind of irrelevant, but
No, those minutes that you reference.
yeah.
Because.
So let me ask this, this is a document that's a copy of a document that sits with, that is a record of the Water District, is that
Some of
right?
it is in the minutes, and some of it'll be a document that's with the minute package.
Okay,
Yes.
so let me just, do you have a single document or do you have multiple documents that you'd like to put in the record?
Well, the ones I mentioned here will be June 21st, 2018, September 19th, and then monthly management meeting of September the 5th, 2019.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can,
In August.
so
Yeah.
you don't have those with you?
No,
You've got- Okay,
I do
that's what I
not.
want to make sure of, Mr.
No,
Talley. That's
no,
what
I'm sorry, yeah, no.
That
I
was
don't.
my understanding, Mr.
Yeah,
Talley. So
yeah.
let me run through this for everybody's benefit. As post-hearing data request, what I have here is that we need to seek from the Water District, and we'll all put this in writing, of course, Mr. Talley, after the hearing, but the minutes and board packets from June of 2018 meeting these are all for the Green River Valley Water District board meetings. June of 2018, August of 2019, September of 2019, February of 2020, and November of 2021. Is there anything else?
Now, is it,
The board packet you're saying that should have the management.
yeah,
minutes in
okay, it
right?
needs to be, you need the June 21st, 2018 minutes.
Yep.
And board packet. You need September the 19th, 2019
board minutes with the September 5th monthly management meeting packet. It'll be in there.
It'll be in the board packet. Okay.
It'll be
Minutes
in their
are
packet.
for
Yep.
everything.
And then you'll need, August the 15th, 2019 minutes.
Yep. We'll go ahead and
in the
ask for the packet.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
And then February the 26th, 2020, board meeting, packet, and minutes. And I think July 21st, which you're gonna have all of that already, because that was my last day.
Of 2020.
That would be a 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
I also have a November of 2021 that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, include it.
Okay, so we'll do that, we'll do the
Yeah.
July as well,
Yeah.
and we will ask those post-hearing data requests.
Okay, and just for the record, the minutes of the November 2021 meeting have already been produced as part of our response to the staff's second request for information. We
Okay.
started producing minutes from April 2021 through 2022.
That's response to question number 4 you gave us, correct?
Response to question number 8 in
Oh,
the
okay.
second data request.
Oh, so you just gave us that general
the-
manager detail from the November board meeting?
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
we don't have that, but we do have the minutes of the November 2021 board meeting.
All right, so I've got those. Let me ask this question, Mr. Page. Would you like to post-hearing, you're more than welcome now, if you said you had additional comments earlier, if you'd like to provide them now. Do you have any interest in filing anything written further than your response and your testimony today?
I don't think it's really
Okay.
necessary. I don't.
All right, Mr. Talley, does the board have anything in addition to its response to the initiating order?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so once we get the data request responses, the post-hearing procedural schedule will just say that once these responses are received, that the next day, the matter will stand for submission.
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you all for being here today. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.